wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. 'Cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to.
In the firing line, living in my head. Sun came in to close the blinds, could feel it in the air. This is just a waste of time, no one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over.
Tinsley sends it to the outside. He can't get there. Kevin King is going to win the Barr FTF Cup Series.
Into the lead. Bud gets wrecked in front of the pack. He saves it. 3-4 wide as they come to the white flag.
Here comes Vargas down on the apron. They are 5 wide. Ian Plash will win it at the line. Is this package? Oh, there goes Jordan Lopez Jr. That's your race leader. Caution flag is out.
Still no one willing to give up as they're going to be dead even off of the first chicane.
Oh, he saves it. What's going to happen here? Here comes the canvas.
Get your foot there. 31.
He's got it! He's got it! Get there, no!
Endless in.
The Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series welcomes you to the virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. It's FTF 500 Soup. Yeah, we're basically running a total of 500 miles over the span of tonight here from Daytona under the lights, and it's to determine the last driver to start tomorrow's Barr Visuals FTF 500. So we will see that in just, a little bit. Tomorrow, in fact. How this all works, and I don't know if we have a graphic prepared or not, how this all works, your top 10 drivers here from the D main move on to the C main. After that, the drivers in the C main, your top 10, they move on to the Tiny Text 500K, 125 laps. That is your B main. You have to win that race in order to advance. However, if you win the race, you could win $100. If you choose to run in the Barr Visuals FTF 500 tomorrow, you do not keep the cash. If you choose the cash, the choice drops down to second place on whether or not they want their money or to race in the big show. Glad to have you with us. Jacob Hitz and Kevin McAdams. We're here with you for the DNC main. Sean Butler, I believe, is going to take over my position, so I don't sound like Darrell Waltrip at Bristol 2008 by the end of tomorrow night. So, we're about set to do this. We're grinning right now, so I guess we can I guess we can go through the field. Alexander Balderas is on the pole, Darren Ingram to the outside, and how this is all broken down. If you were outside of the top 120 after qualifying, that's why you're here. And this is set by qualifying time from last weekend until you get to the vehicles that were not here for qualifying, and that is actually stopped with the 224 there of Hunter Bailey. Juan Jimenez is the first car. Did not set a time. All these guys missed qualifying and signed up within the last couple of hours, as Caden Honeycutt and Andy Tripiano have done. Qualifying, or rather sign-ups closed at 6 o'clock, at least for this race. Pace cars rolling, and we're missing Stephen Gibson, the fourth place car. And Kevin, here we are.
Here we are. And, I think this will be a good test to see, and also good morning in the sim. Currently 6:57 a.m. in the sim, so it will get brighter throughout these sessions. I believe the D main starts at 7 a.m. The C main will start around 10 a.m. and then the Tiny Text starts a little bit after noon. So as the day progresses, we go into the night, the sim goes into the day. So a little bit different conditions for each event. You got to prepare for that. Same temperature that we saw in the duels, similar setup to what we saw in the duels as well. So guys are going to have to manage things like temperature, making sure that they're not pushing, make sure, they mind their P's and Q's. And it seems like this setup is a little bit more stable as well than your conventional fix set. So I think we'll see some of these guys get a little brave for the first few laps, settle in. Got 25 laps, pretty long race here for Daytona. And with the way the field is now, 19 drivers, you just got to finish in the top 10. Hopefully we see a clean race, and hopefully we'll see these make it to the end all under green, all in one piece.
The top 10 keeps your chances of making the Barr Visuals FTF 500 alive. If you're not in the top 10, we will be seeing you in 2 weeks when we go to Auto Club for the second race of the season, and that is the week after the real Daytona 500, which is next week. We're underway in the D main. The soup is on here at Daytona.
Alexander Balderas will lead the first lap here from Daytona. It's a single file train for the first 4 vehicles, and they're pulling away. Position number 4 belonging to Tyler Williams. Kyler Wynn sits in the 5th spot trying to bridge the gap.
And it looked like at first that high line just was out to lunch per se. In the first lap, here comes Kyler Wynn. He tried to make it work down the backstretch the last time by for the first lap to take the first lap of lap 1. Right now, that inside line, as someone has made it into the fence, I believe that is Cody Ware. She hits the wall 3 wide. That'll be around the 8th spot. And she will go to the back, but still single file the first 6 positions, minus that factory setup shop 82. And Kyler Wynn, he's a very aggressive super speedway driver. If you run Moon Car, if you watch Moon Car, he is a very successful super speedway driver. So I anticipate him, maybe Dylan Kem, to link up at some point. They're friends, they're proverbial teammates. I expect them to make it to the front and stay there. But right now, that inside line is the place to be. No one really able to get that second line moving. No one really able to tandem to the front just yet.
On the back straight away, again, your top 4, still single file, but Kyler Wynn trying to roll that outside line. Kendall Carpenter to push, headed to turn number 3 wide toward the back there with Cody Ware, but so far, so good. Here comes Kyler Wynn up on the outside.
And you can see that sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. I think we'll see, especially in this 25-lap race, these guys will figure out the setup, the way it drives in the pack, and how long you can push. Kendall Carpenter already ducking down back to that inside line to get underneath of Kyler. You can push once you're up to speed. After about 4 or 5 laps, you can push for about half a lap, and you can push and get about maybe a 5 to 7 mile an hour advantage for that period. But side draft, a bunch of other factors slow that pack down, and that's why you'll see this inside line prevail in the long run. But if you can get a good couple drivers, you can make that high line work like Kyler is doing right now. 3-car breakaway on the top.
The outside line is the strongest line here from Daytona. At least from what we've seen, there's a lot of different folks running these Cup cars here at Daytona in different sessions and in different races. We saw in the duels, at least, that outside line was definitely strong.
Absolutely. And I think, the way this package is, it's going to just be like that. The side draft is incredibly strong from that second lane. You can make the bottom work if you got the right drivers. You can make the top work if you got the right drivers. But it's very easy to play defense if you're in Kyler Wynn's position. You can get right next to the guy on the inside as he has an issue or something. He goes to the top, and they're about to make contact. He's in the wall, 4 wide. Durheim to the bottom, goes below the yellow line. Cody Ware makes contact. They're going to save it and continue. Very bizarre situation for Kyler Wynn. Was essentially the leader on that high line. He is still dropping back, and that's going to allow the top 10, make it the top 9, drop out about a half second to a 3/4 of a second lead over the rest of the pack.
Pulled away. A great job there from the 24 of Hunter Bailey to get out of the way and not pile into that one with cars coming back down across the racetrack and then eventually coming back up. 5 laps are complete. Kendall Carpenter is your race leader, and it's a 9.5 car breakaway. Cody Ware right at the tail end of that. She's got the draft, and then Durheim and Bailey right behind, as everybody at this point has gotten it down single file with now.
Very bizarre situation again from Kyler. Not quite sure what happened. Single file as they file into turn 1. Here comes Cody Ware on the outside. One of the Durheim brothers that has chased Durheim by themselves on that second lane. The battle for position for that top 10 spot going to be around there. I believe it was held by Dylan Kem last time by. Still side by side. Still about the lion's share of the field. I'd say about 15 cars on the bottom. Now a 3-car, make it 4-car draft on the top side.
Starting to put something together. The question is it too early to start making a charge toward the front when we have still 18 laps to go? A long time left in this race for things to happen, business to pick up.
3 wide around the transfer position. That is Chase Durheim once again. He's going to be drop kicked to the back, thankfully. Chance right behind him in a very similar looking 86. Durham gets a fantastic run off the top. Caden Honeycutt, sorry, in that middle lane, signed up a few hours ago, had to makeshift his Coke Series Clash scheme to be compliant for the FTF contingencies for tonight. Look for him to be competitive if he can make his way through the soup. There he is in the 170. We'll just call it the 17. Make it easier for everybody. Single file once again. And Kyler Wynn still very confused on what happened to that 82 factory setup Chevrolet, but he has made his way back now into the top 10. He is the transfer with 17 to go.
Here comes that outside line. It's cooking. Carson Bowers up there. Rocky Boyd, the rookie, will come up and join that outside group. More activity toward the front as Balder has thought about pulling out a line. Stays in line for now with Brayton Laster all over his back bumper, but here comes Rocky Boyd to the outside for the lead.
Rocky rocking on that second lane. He's making that high line work, and you can see just how quickly things can change. We were single file from about first to, I'd say, 15th about 2 laps ago. Now side by side for the lead. Battles for every position from first to about 15th. That time by Tyler J. Williams in the transfer, your leader by about, I'd say, a foot was Rocky Boyd the third. 16 thousandths of a second. Kendall gets the lead for now. Big side draft from that 16. Very aggressive already. And that's going to stack up the bottom heavy out of turn 2.
17 cars within just over a second. Andy Tripiano lost the draft after the contact with Kyler Wynn. And Steven Gibson did not start the race. It was a 19-car field, but he is missing in action right now, and a lot of action at the front. Boyd out in front, slides to the outside to protect the lead from Bowers. Bowers goes even higher, and now Boyd is barely going to get in line as the inside line surges back.
About 3 or 4 years ago, they added that safer barrier down the straights here at Daytona, and Bowers clipped it a little bit out of turn 4, trying to get on that high line around Rocky Boyd. Decides for now he's just going to stay behind that rookie number 16. Normally, when you see someone with a yellow stripe, you want to stay away from them, but so far he has made that push very evident that he's going to stick with him for now. Also a rookie in that 42 is Bowers. Highline once again gets the momentum. First 3 cars pop out, so her side-by-side battle will be now between Kyler, who has continued to rally after that very bizarre incident that he had a few laps ago. Went from leading to essentially dead last in the pack. Here comes Kem. Here comes Kyler on the bottom.
Well, and you talk about rookie stripes can sometimes be scary for drivers. That Peeps car has yellow stripes on the back of it. He's a rookie in FTF. He definitely knows what he's doing at the plate tracks, though. Very strong in Moon car, and here he is to the front, side by side with Rocky Boyd off turn 2.
I think we even discussed it during qualifying day that I believe in a lot of cases, the rookie stripes are a formality. We have Coke Series drivers, we have Road to Pro drivers, we have guys who are in the 7 to 9K iRating range that are designated as rookies just because they've discovered FTF for the first time and they're racing for the first time or only ran a handful of races last year. So I think we'll see a crop of drivers that could be championship caliber that are rookies. That happened a lot last year as well. But right now, you got 4 rookies, 5 rookies, 6 rookies in the top 7 right now with a little bit over 12 laps to go.
And remember, the top 10 in this race advance to the C-Main. Only 1 driver in total from tonight's races is going to make the Barr Visuals FTF 500. The chances that it's a driver from the D-Main, slim to none. Whoa, man, Cody Ware, a big block down in front of Kendall Carpenter, and Carpenter bouncing off Wynn. He bobbles, and they all hang on. We're past halfway, coming to 12 laps to go.
They were 3 wide for a couple different rows. Caden Honeycutt went 3 wide down the backstretch for the transfer spot, and that kind of, I would say, allowed more people to take that chance. Kendall Carpenter right now stuck in that sucker hole. These guys are all over the place in the middle of the corner. Kendall all over the place. Kendall just trying to keep it away from Kyler Wynn. And that's going to allow the first 3 cars to break away. First battle for position now almost 3 wide, make it almost 4 wide. That'll be around that transfer spot. Durheims And that's going to be Chance, I believe. Chance Durheim in the outside wall. Caden nearly gets into the side of the 0-2. That is Juan Jimenez. And that's going to break this field up a little bit.
That was dicey. They sorted out, but at what cost? I know Caden Honeycutt came over the radio not too happy with the contact, and they're in danger now of losing this lead pack. They've got to get themselves organized. Honeycutt right to the back bumper of Kendall Carpenter. Everybody at the front has gotten single file, and as I say it, Dylan Kem peeks out of line, and he's going to go with Kyler Wynn.
Juan Jimenez will slot into that transfer spot. He's about, I'd say, a second or so behind this first lead pack. Kendall Carpenter. Oh, trouble!
Oh, there they go!
Rocky Boyd around. Cody Ware involved. Caden Honeycutt is in the thick of it. Tyler Williams makes his way into the wreck as well. That could have been a lot worse, but trouble up front for Rocky Boyd and company in turn 3.
And I think it was a bump from Carpenter into Ware that got her into the back of Rocky Boyd and just hooked him into the outside wall. Here's the replay. There's the bump once, twice, and she gets forced to the middle. Contact between the 16 and the 08, and it's on.
Talked about this a little bit when I covered Duel 1. You cannot see the person in front of you if you're pushing. If we go on board with that 52 at any point in this, he's just going to push Cody right into that 16. She tries to avoid, and that just sends her right into the side of Rocky Boyd III. And, just a little bit of communication goes a long way. You'll hear it among the best. Malik Ray comes to mind. If he is in a fixed race, if he's in a NIS race, if he's in even in the Coke Series, he will use that chat feature in the game to his advantage to let people know, I'm coming up to traffic. You need to stop pushing me. And in that case, I believe just a little bit of communication would have helped all those drivers avoid that. But it looks like, for the most part, not a lot of contact, not a lot of damage. These next-gen cars are incredibly resilient. I think everyone will go and stay at least draft speed, and I think we'll be just fine.
Under our first caution of the D-Main here from Daytona, we'll get a restart with inside 10 laps to go. The drivers that are currently in, as a couple make it a half dozen, are making pit stops under this caution flag. Carson Bowers, Dylan Kem, Kyler Wynn, Alexander Balderas, Kendall Carpenter, Juan Jimenez, Darren Ingram, Chance Durheim, Brayton Laster, Jack Painter. Those are the 10 drivers that right now are in the top 10. Your top 10 advance to the C-Main. Everybody else, 11th on back, goes home.
Handful of drivers did come into the pits. Shabelski, Tropiano, who I think is the happiest to see that. He was about 12, 13 seconds behind the pack when that caution came out due to that checkup with Kyler Wynn. So he will be back in the running. Caden Honeycutt, Rocky Boyd, Chance Durheim, a lot of guys who were involved in that wreck. And I don't know if they'll take tires here. We'll have to find out. But tires were a factor in the duels. A lot of wear on this setup. They get in around the mid 80% range. The setup does go towards the tight side for stability. So if, it's only been 10 laps, but tires do matter. So I think we'll see if these guys do take tires. They'll have a little bit more maneuverability than the rest of the pack. They should be able to get their way back to the front pretty quickly, as long as the cars are not as damaged as I think in that wreck.
Just have to wait and see. Chase Durheim and Rocky Boyd. Well, Boyd just left, but Durheim is still on the pit lane getting damage worked on. And remember, no fast repairs here in FTF. So you break it, stuck with it the rest of the day. Or, in this case, the night, the morning, 7:14 in sim. No lucky dog, because everybody was on lead lap. This will save Andy Tropiano, since he was outside of the lead draft before the caution flag. Lights are out, so we'll go green next time by. 1 to go till the Marvels FTF 500. Myself, Jacob Pitts, Caleb Hoffman, James Pike will be with you here tomorrow. 9 p.m. Eastern. We go live, green flag at 9:15, and you'll see it right here on FTF_GG. Cannot wait. Going to be a lot of fun. And I'm sure there will be some huge game talk and slander in the meantime during tomorrow's race if we get a caution or maybe a calm green flag run.
I'm excited. It's always, I think it's the best race of the year. Certainly the most competitive 500 that, I'm a part of. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And obviously these guys are looking to make their way through the soup and be a part of it as well. We'll have 7 laps to go. Carson Bowers will be on the inside line. Dylan Kim, first row on the outside. Kyler Wynn in third. Alexander Balderas in fourth, and in fifth, we just saw him almost cause a huge wreck with Kyler Wynn. He will be Kendall Carpenter in fifth. Going to be focusing not only on the battle for the lead, but battle for that top 10 transfer. Pace cards off.
Here we go. 7 laps to decide the top 10 to move on to the C-Main. Green flag here from Daytona. They got to get it back up to speed, and Dylan Kim did not get a great restart there. Had Balderas all over the back bumper, but they figured it out to turn 1.
I was going to say, I would not be surprised if Kim or Kyler tried to slow up and link up here for the final 7 laps. Right now, they are split. Balderas almost pushing into Bowers, pushed Kim right to the back of that JDR Graphics 42. That was real tight out of turn 2, pushing into first or in the top lane, a little bit tight. And that's the tire situation. After about 10 laps or so, you start to see the tires fall off a little bit. If you're tucked up right behind someone, you get that aero push that these next-gen cars are infamous for. 3 wide, here comes Caden. Was just involved in that last incident. New tires, new car. As new as he can make it with the repairs. And he has made his way back into 6th. He's in the transfer spot by about 4 spots.
Flying up the outside, and if he had room down on the bottom, I think he would have dropped down low. Problem is, Kyler Wynn and Kendall Carpenter are down there, preventing him from pulling out of line. Tripiano behind him. Wynn jumps to the outside. He is joined by Carpenter. Now up the middle, here comes Ingram. Nope, that's Durheim. Chance Durheim to the bottom.
Yeah, Ingram on the outside and that TRD Monster Energy 96. The Durheims can't quite see the sponsor from up here. I have to get a closer look, but those white and red number 10 and the 86. Then you got Brayton Laster in his famous pizza livery. He'll be racing in about a week. He'll be running the ARCA series in the 03 from Rollins Racing, so we'll be able to see him live in action here in about 7 days. And up the front, the 02. That's Jimenez. He just hit the wall out of turn 2, and there's Brayton all pepperonied out.
Wow.
He likes pizza.
Yeah. P12 right now. Got to speed it on up here. We're coming to 4 laps to go. Top 4 breaking away. Single file at the top of the racetrack. Tripiano and Carpenter side by side for 5th. These guys at the front all in the battle we're watching. Back around, Kyler Wynn and the Durheims back here. Add Honeycutt to that mix as well. The 224 up on the high side. The Air Force machine. He's got himself into the picture now.
And I think if we'll see this bottom line start to work, it'll be with these 3 drivers. Trupiano, if you watch, the Landon Huffman Windshield Deep Series that he had for the 87s, back-to-back champion. So he is very skilled in pretty much anything he does. Caden will shove that 034 down the backstretch. They're going to make their way now up to 3rd or 4th. Now 3rd, and there's only 3 of those guys down there. So if I'm on that top line, especially if I'm on the outside looking in, I'm trying to get to the bottom. And look at that. Here comes the Durheims on the inside.
They heard that, and that was the only cue that they needed. Here they come to the bottom. And Honeycutt says that he's overcooking the engine a little bit, has to get out of it, give a little bit of space, try and cool the engine off. We saw how aggressive pushing doesn't work for these drivers, as now Bowers blinks off too.
Yeah, we saw Michael Frisch blow up, and I think Caden's going to have to just kind of calm it down for a lap or 2 and focus on that final last lap shove. Kem does the same thing, shoves Bowers out for about 3 or 4 seconds, backs off 3 wide. That'll be near the transfer. Boyd trying to recover after that accident. Here comes him. Here comes the 16, trying to side draft the outside line. And Carpenter, that's going to stack up behind him. Top 9 drivers, now top 10 trying to clear out. Man, he is all over the side of that 52 in turn 1.
Oh, he almost took him.
Put him in the
Oh, he
fence.
puts him in the wall. And that's big for the guys on the bottom. They're going to be able to sneak on through. We're at 2 laps to go. Bailey is the cutoff line in the 2-2-4. Bauer still blinking at the front. They're side by side. Bailey goes to the outside. He's got help from where? Still 3 wide back there. Rocky is sinking like a cinder block in a 3-foot creek. Here they come to the white flag.
I would say that's self-inflicted. I don't know if he's still mad at what happened with Kendall on that yellow, because he obviously was the victim in that one, but he's going to be second to last, and he took Brayton Laster with them. White flag this time by side for the 10th position. Chase Sturmheim has it. Cody Ware, Kendall Carpenter, Darren Ingram want it. They're going to be 3 wide for the spot. Oh, they're tight in the middle of 1 and 2.
That was close, and Carpenter had to get out of the gas. That may put him out of a contention.
There they go.
They're wrecking in the back. All outside the picture right there. Jack Painter, Zabelski around. They're 3 wide for the cutoff spot. Down the back straightaway. Ware up the middle. Bailey into the wall. He hangs on. Here comes Williams. Can he push himself in? Ware with help in the middle from Carpenter. Free for all to the finish line. Carson Bowers. Here comes Kem. Not enough. Bowers wins the race. Who's moving on? Durheim. Chase Durheim is the last car in.
Wow.
By a 10th over Chance Durheim. No, I'm sorry, Carpenter. Carpenter's
Carpenter.
in. Scoring changed again. So Carpenter is the last car in. And I thought he may have blown it by lifting there on the last lap. He squeaks by just over a 10th.
And this is just the D-main. We got another.
Yeah, really.
We got another 175 laps to go. I'd love to see a replay of that finish. Very close racing in the back, and I thought for a second that that Williams was going to be the 10th man, just the way the scoring was. But he ends up at 9th. This is the white flag. So we'll do a full replay here. This is the calm before the storm.
Yeah. So here they come. Now, Kendall Carpenter does get a cause. Oh, Kendall Carpenter's out.
Wow.
He gets the cause for the caution here on the back straightaway. Chance Durheim is in the show.
Right there.
That is why he is out. Comes down into Sabelski. And he gets the cause. That's an EOL. And Kendall Carpenter is out of the FTF soup.
That will move Chance Durheim into that 10th spot.
Your margin here at the start-finish line, by the way, only 5 1,000ths of a second. That's
Right
at least
there.
for the win.
Oh.
Dylan Kem over Carson Bowers. It was a little closer than I anticipated. I didn't think Kem would quite have a run that quick. But
And ironically enough, the margin of difference between Chance Durheim and Cody Ware also 0.004 of a second for what was 11th, as Kendall Carpenter is sent to the back for causing that wreck. Only 0.004 of a second separate the 86 of Durheim and the 08 of Cody Ware. It's that close to missing it if you're in that 08.
Bowers, Kem, Tropiano, Balderas, Honeycutt, Jimenez, Wynn, Bailey, Williams, and Chance Durheim advance to the C-Main.
You see the rest of the field. Chance Durheim is the final driver in. Cody Ware, she is the first driver out. Chase Durheim also did not make the field. Darren Ingram, Brayton Laster, Rocky Boyd, Jack Painter, Brian Shabelski, and Steven Gibson, who did not start the race, all promoted from driver to spectator for the rest of the FTF 500 weekend.
Man, oh man, what a finish. And that's just the D-Main. We've still got 2 more races tonight. So while we get set here for the C main, that's coming up shortly. Kevin, I believe we've got Alexander Balderas on the line here.
Do you want to bring him in?
Sure, let's do that.
Alexander, paging Alexander, you finished in 4th there, man. Talk about staying up front, because it looked like the entire time you started from the pole, and I didn't really see you outside the top 5. So just tell us what it took and what you saw out there from that 25 lap D main.
Well, I mean, for me, this is my first real FTF start, so I'm super happy to be here. And I know it's only the D main, but I'm really happy to get 4th. I didn't think I'd get pole. Really happy to be here. And I think from in the car, when you get really close to someone, the oil temps skyrocket and get really hot when you're pushing someone for a long time. So definitely managing oil temp is going to be a big factor in the race, because wanting to make sure that you don't overheat and get enough air and get enough area to push somebody is definitely going to be make it or break it. Because when we were on the top, the bottom lane saved up enough temp, and they made their way into the show and made it at the end. So saving temp is going to be huge. And tires, I didn't feel like they were a super factor, but I sure on a long run, maybe 30-40 laps they could be.
So you go from starting on the pole here in the D main to being outside the top 30 for the C main. What's your strategy going to be able to get yourself back to the front and survive in the C main to get into the tiny text?
Hopefully get to the front as fast as I can. I know I'm a good pusher, so if I'm hooked up with somebody, I think I can get to the front, and hopefully they trust me. I've been trying to make friends all around just to see if I have any connections, but that's going to be my best strategy, just to go to the front as fast as possible, avoid the wrecks. But other than that, that's really my plan, because if I sit around, if I wait too long, there goes my chance to make it to the big show. So aggressiveness is key.
Well, you certainly have a colorful enough car to be noticed, so hopefully people notice it as well and help you in the C main. Good luck. We'll be up here watching you progress through the field.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's Alexander Balderas. Let's talk with our race winner there from the D main, Carson Bowers, and it was close there at the line, but able to outlast Dylan Kem there up at the front pretty much that entire race. What'd you take from those first 25 laps?
Yeah, that was definitely really stressful. I knew we were starting deep with us not running a time last time, and so I knew if I could just get into the top 10, I'd feel good. And we just kept gaining spots, and then we found ourselves at the front. We were doing pretty well there at the beginning, and then that caution came out when we were in the lead, and I was worried I was going to get sent to the back because. Got teammates ahead of me, but I was able to just stick up front, and I think that's what helped us.
C main here coming up in just a little bit. You'll be starting not at the front, but also not quite at the back. You'll be starting from P31, so a long way to go to get to that top 10 to move on, and it's a little bit of a tougher field here in the C main.
Yeah, definitely. Good to at least advance. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to at least get out of the D main. So 31st is not ideal to start. There's a lot of good guys in here. But if I can just get linked up with a couple of my guys, I think we'll be good.
All right, Carson. Well, congratulations here on the win in the D main, and we will see you here in race number 2 in the C main.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Carson Bowers, and here's your format. For those of you that are wondering, maybe came in late, so we just did the 25 laps. That was, okay.
There is
Thunder?
There's a storm outside. No wonder Volusia is under a rain delay. New Smyrna's going, though.
There's a storm outside, and there's a storm inside right now, and that's this. The C main coming up. That was awful, I'm sorry. The C main is 50 laps. That's coming up here shortly. That's 91st through 120th in qualifying from last week, plus your top 10 from the D main. And again, your top 10 drivers, they go on to the tiny text. Everybody else goes home. So we will step aside here. We'll try not to let Kevin's house get struck by lightning. And when we come back, the C main coming your way.
I don't wanna have to wait for another moment like this. You'll just have to learn from my mistakes. You don't know the half of it. I wish I could slow down these thoughts in my head. Have I been misread? Will the world pass by if I can't hold on? What should I do when I don't feel strong? I just wanna be here for now. What if I let go and just lose control? How do I find out what means the most? I just wanna be here for now. What do I do? Like a soul out of body, stuck on the outside looking in. When I slow down, I wonder if I'll be stumbling around waiting for the end. If our sky doesn't have a limit, then there won't need to be a finish. I wanna be in the life I'm living. Maybe I'm already winning. Will the world pass by if I can't hold on? What should I do when I don't feel strong? I just wanna be here for now. What if I let go and just lose control? How do I find out what means the most? I just wanna be here for now. What do I do? How do I stay here? disappears. What do I do? Gotta find you before it all disappears. John's not that far away. Hop back on the saddle soon, you soulless soldier. The dark can consume your brain. All we ever wanted was a little air to breathe.
Well, we're here again at Daytona. The sun coming back up. The lights are off. The C main is coming your way here shortly in just about 5 minutes or so. We'll get the grid at 8 o'clock, and the drivers' meeting will start here in just a moment as well. Jacob Hitz, Kevin McAdams with you for the C main. This is 50 laps. Your top 10 will advance to the Tiny Text 500K, which you'll see here in just a little while here on FTF. Let's talk with the driver that's in the next race. He's in the Tiny Text. Ethan Quarter, you've had really one race to watch, and you'll have another one to watch here in just a little bit. What have you seen? Oh my God, somebody's upside down.
What in the world?
Oh my.
Terrible crash. Anyway, what have you liked so far? What have you learned?
Well, I've learned to try to stay in the front. Because, well, I mean, it is the D main. There wasn't a whole lot of cars in that race, so I think the C main will tell us a lot more. But in the Tiny Text, I think our goal is to stay up front for most of the race.
Do you like your chances to make the Tiny? Or you're already in the Tiny Text, but do you like your chances to win the Tiny Text and move on to the big race tomorrow?
Sure. I think we have either 4 or 5 Puffer Zone members in this race, so we have a lot of teammates. I'm hoping if it's not me, it's one of them. So we're gonna try to do everything in our power to get us all up there.
Kevin, do you have any questions? Any thoughts?
Sure. When are you pitting?
TBD.
Wow.
To be determined.
Wow.
Only because I don't know.
What about now?
I gotta sit on it. I gotta think about it.
Can you grow a mustache?
I can, but I don't.
Do you think you can grow a mustache as well as Chris Davis can?
That's gonna be a little tough to beat.
Okay. Good luck.
Hey, thanks.
There you go. That's Ethan Quarter. As track is closed right now, they're doing the drivers' meeting as we speak. So we're just about set to go for the race.
I'm having a conversation with Dylan in regards to his number. We're trying to get him to... He says he wants it to be the 9E. If you look at his 9, it is the Ray Evernham number 9, and we're trying to get him to distinguish the E. So he's private messaging me right now. There's the vehicle.
There you see it.
So he said, can I just make the E part black? And I said, as long as it's different, you can do whatever you want.
There you go. Well, you know what he'll be fixing in time for race 2.
Yep.
Tiny Text.
A little under now 2 minutes to grid. Looks like we'll have a field of about 30 or so drivers. A little bit bigger field than the D main. Same amount of drivers get in the field from this event into the Tiny Tech. So top 10. Some of these guys looking to pull off what Cole Freilich did last year. Go from the D into the Tiny Tech. He almost won the race last year. So anything's possible.
That's the hard part, is the fact that you've only got 10 drivers that advance, even though it's a much larger field, double what we saw from race 1 to race 2, or the D main here to the C main.
Nate Stewart says that he's cold on the spotter stand. It's 81 degrees in the sim, Nate. And the wind is blowing at a brisk 2 miles an hour out of the north.
Well,
that is about as dead. That's about as stagnant of a wind I've ever heard in the middle of the day at Daytona.
Right.
If you've ever been to Daytona, normally it's between 10 and 25. 81 degrees is not jacket weather. 65, I can maybe agree with you, but not 80. 80 is
65 is borderline, and now granted, I'm saying that from somebody who lives up in Pennsylvania, where some days 50 degrees is nice enough, where it's like, oh, okay, don't need the jacket, or
yeah.
Folks down in Florida, they've got 3 different layers on if it hits 50 degrees.
About to say, I get made fun of from Sean because he's from New York, and anytime that it gets below 50, I'm bundled up. I got gloves, I got a hoodie, I got another jacket on, and he always makes fun of me for being that way. But you know what? I'm trying to be comfortable. That's all that matters.
Gloves for 50 degrees.
My hands get cold.
Good grief.
My hands are sensitive.
All right, well, there you have it. Here's your lineup for the C-Main. Jonathan, oh my, I did not look at names beforehand.
I think it's Oshalim.
Oshalim?
We'll go with that.
I hope you're right. And Malachi Drake on the outside, that's your front row. Couple of familiar drivers here in row 2. Blake Bryant, Isaac Johnson, Michael Sturgill in 5th, Cole Pauken in 6th, Thomas Hitch, Connor Horn, Santiago Tires, Cole Freilich rounding out your top 10.
Tanner Love will roll off in 11th. Liam Sheen in the Elliott Sadler Esports Toyota will roll off in 12th. Eric Shearer, the junior, will roll off 13th. Jamie Ritchie Price, make sure to follow him on Twitter. Probably the funniest Twitter videos I've seen from the iRacing community. He will roll off in 14th. Nathan Chiani, 15th. Reese Schaefer will roll off 16th. Kane Cook, former Coke Series driver, will roll off in 17th. Jeremy Clapham Newell, 18th. Chris Davis, not from Auburn, he will roll off in 19th. And Brandon Zimmerman in the Roasted Gems Coffee 65, he will roll off outside of row 10.
Ryan, we talked about this, and we talked about this. Wasn't it Billy? Didn't we determine that it was Billy based off of his entry form? Ryan starts in row 11. Logan Slavoski to the outside. Zach, not Big Ben Roethlisberger, in row 12 with Jonathan Ledger. Carson Bowers, Dylan Kem, everybody from Bowers on back race their way in from the C-Main. So Kem, Tripiano, Balderas, who we talked to, Honeycutt, Juan Jimenez, and then your final couple of folks back here, Kyler Wynn, Hunter Bailey, Tyler Williams, and Chance Durheim are all back here on the back of the field. Tanner Love is not on the racetrack. Neither is... okay, so Jimenez is going to start from the pits. Balderas will start from the pits. Tanner Love is just flat out not here. So we're going to have 31 cars coming to the green, but 2 more will join the racetrack here. So we're also missing Maines, LaPrade, Little, Martin, Baker, and Bentley. I know a couple of those names, notably Garrett Maines and Briar LaPrade. But 1 to green and 1 day to the Bar Visuals FTF 500. You'll see it here. We go live at 9 o'clock Eastern here on FTF. Jonathan Oshalim, Malachi Drake on the front row for the C-Main. 50 laps, your top 10 advance. Green flag. goes the 009 through the grass. Chris Davis kicked that whole thing off. And the caution flag is out for the first time on lap 1. Ed Shearer is around. Jamie Ritchie Price in the 009 got turned. And it was contact there. Chris Davis ping-ponged off a couple of different cars. Ryan Billy also involved in this in the 18.
I am not
a couple
sure.
Of cars.
I am not sure what happened with Chris Davis. We'll get a replay here, but Chris, on that second lane, just turns left, and it looks like either a little bit of net code with the 62. That is going to be Ed Shearer Jr. Just gets into the low line, and that takes out a handful of drivers. Hopefully not too bad. Jamie Ritchie Price also involved in that one. A couple other drivers. Kyler Wynn, yep.
He is disconnected. He's already out. Hunter Bailey, another driver.
The outside wall.
Another driver that made it in from the D main. He got net coated up into the outside wall, got hooked by Billy, and he has a meatball flag. So tough break for the 224 with the right side of his car all torn up. We made it a lap.
And they, Race Control did deem that one. Nate Stewart as well in the chat chimed in that the 62 did come up, and they do deem it on the 62 of Shearer Jr. out of turn 4 as the cause of the accident. And there is another view of the replay. He does come up after Davis goes to that lower lane. He does come up, and Davis does finally kind of chill out a little bit. So they will deem that on the 62. But going back and looking at the replay for Wynn, I think Wynn tried to drive as fast as he could past the wreck and just had nowhere to go. And I'm sure his right front suspension or something else in the car was, he probably had a meatball or extensive damage and just decided to call it. That's a tough break.
Watch Wynn behind the silver car. He gets hit there by Bailey, and both cars wind up in the fence. And Kyler got the worst end of it. He just alt F4s before his car even comes to a halt. No fast repair, so he knows that he is done. He will not race in the Barr Visuals FTF 500 tomorrow, and he will not be in the Tiny Text 500K coming up later tonight.
Not trying to say anything, but Tyler Williams was right next to him, slowed down for the wreck, got around it.
Yep.
And Bailey two different ways to get around a wreck: either drive through it or wait for it. And
like I said, Bailey almost made it. Just got net coated there with with Billy. There you see the it's supposed to have 2 2s on it. Don't blame the paint. Don't blame the designer of the numbers. I didn't make the paint scheme, but I made the numbers for him. There's the 009, and he's gone through. He goes through numbers like he changes socks, for crying out loud. I think he's put together 4 or 5 different options for the 009.
Stuck with that one. He has stuck with that since qualifying. So
I hope that he stays true to like the Ambrose cars and runs a couple different sponsored machines like Ambrose did while he was at
Twisted
RPM.
Tea.
Yeah.
And that's all I can remember at this point. Wait, did Twisted Tea sponsor Ambrose, or was that a Brian Scott venture?
That would have been Hornish. That was after that was after Ambrose was gone.
I know Twisted Tea sponsored Brian Scott on the 44. I didn't know if he was in the 9 at that point.
Here. A lot of Stanley, a lot of DeWalt. I know, like in 2012. Yeah, okay. There's a Mac Tools car. That's red and white and stuff. That would be cool to see. Something along those lines. I was thinking of like a blue car or something, but
Air Force?
That hasn't. No.
Because I know they sponsored the 43. I didn't know if they did a crossover when they merged.
Let's see. It looks like there was that's a Black & Decker car from 2012, maybe 2011, but I think that's 2012.
Dorman is confirming that he ran it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he did in 2014.
Well, there you go.
Which was his last year at RPM before Hornish took over and limped that car home every week. All right, so getting ready for the restart. It's Drake and Oshalim on the front row again. We only made it 11/12 of a lap, pretty much. They got almost to the start-finish line to complete the first lap. We're underway, 4 laps complete.
Hopefully we'll be a little bit cleaner here. Malachi Drake momentarily leads that inside line with a little bit of a gap. Big checkup in the middle of that high line, right behind Liam Sheen. That was the 39 of Zach Roethlisberger. He checks up Bowers and Caden Honeycutt. They keep going. They're trying to get back, caught up in that second lane. Here comes that second lane again.
Chris Davis again.
Oh, no.
He gets turned around.
No caution.
That's by the 95. We stay under green. He got turned in the middle of the back straightaway. It was actually by Billy that got into him and sent him down into Balderas. We stay green, though, and everybody got it sorted out. The problem is those guys going to lose the draft from the lead pack.
Yeah, a handful of drivers. You got, who's that, Ledger, Jamie Ritchie Price, Balderas, Billy, handful of drivers, Hunter Bailey, he was involved in that last accident, Jimenez, all have lost the draft, and that means we have about 23 cars left. Lead pack, a couple drivers going to the back. That's Isaac Johnson. Gonna mind his business for now. Only 45 laps to go, so plenty of time to get back to the front. Wait this out. Hopefully no more accidents up front. Single file for about the first 5 up against the wall to complete lap 6.
Blake Bryant in second. Oshalim, your race leader. The inside line is led by a race car. That's Sheen. Yep. I was looking for his paint scheme.
You can't miss it if you
find it. Yeah.
You recognize it.
I kept landing on Caden, and it's a wrong color.
I'll say you got the 2 brightest cars, and Tires and Sheen on the bottom. Tires representing Menards. I believe Chris Overland painted that car in about 10 minutes for qualifying, and Tires has decided to keep running that car here for FTF for the C main.
Why not? Well, Tires was the last guy to get in.
Yeah. Kane Cook looking 3, trying to be aggressive here. That'll be around the transfer. Currently in 13th. No one goes with him. He's going to have to get back in line. Long way to go. I don't think guys want to go 3 wide this early. Currently in that transfer spot is the 14 of Sturgill. Check that, make that Kiani for in the 99, the 199.
Still double wide. Here comes Sheen. He's got a good run. Taking a charge for the lead. Tires staying right on his back bumper. We're going to have a race here off turn 4.
And I'm sure we'll get a vantage point of it at some point as Kane Cook looks 3 wide once again by himself in that 3. I have no idea what his sponsor is. I'll have to get a closer look. But if you look at that inside line, Tires kind of jumps out of line about a half car width. Gets a little bit of clean air on that 081, so we can push a little bit longer. We've talked about it since basically
Kiani
the clash.
Oh
my gosh.
And the whole outside line pays the price.
And yep, it's going to allow Connor Horn to get to the top. But I was saying, engine temps, water temps, oil temps have been a huge topic with the way the setup is. You got to be really methodical with the push. I think Tires knows that. Trying to get as much clean air as he can. As Sheen goes to the top, takes the lead. That only allows 3 cars to break away on the bottom.
Now, it's a 50-lap race. They're going to have to pit for fuel at some point in this race. And we had the early caution. Wasn't early enough. Wasn't late enough for these drivers to be able to make it to the end. So that's got to be roaming in the back of the minds of the drivers right now here, Kevin.
Yeah, and you know, in the duels, the race we went caution-free in, it looked like we went about 33 to 35 laps. So the man, Caden has a huge run, 3 wide in the middle. He will make his way into the top 8. But I expect if this goes green, we'll see pit stops. The window definitely opens up.
Oh Bowers! Look out.
They can
Trippiano all over
somehow
the back
keep
door.
this together. I'd say the pit window does open up around lap 15. So if you want to use that strategy, get about 3 or 4 guys, get out of this mess, pit early, maybe optimize the draft and get a little bit of an advantage away from this field. But Caden Honeycutt, him and Kane Cook have been making this middle line. They've been trying to make it work and haven't really done so just yet. But Bowers gives Caden a huge push down the back, trying to keep that going.
Pushing it right now. I don't know if they'll make it to lap 15 at this rate. Sheen and Tires, though, are out in front. Tires gets pushed to the lead by Malachi Drake and put the Menards car out in front here at Daytona. 11 laps complete.
11 laps complete, 24 cars in this lead draft. We mentioned earlier, a handful of guys due to an accident a few laps ago, not in this lead pack, so they are looking for a caution. In this mid-pack around from 9th to, I'd say, 15th, they are looking to cause it. Single filed out now for the first 3 or 4 spots. But if you go back to around 8th, 9th position, it is an absolute hornet's nest for that transfer. Starting to kind of calm down a little bit. They were side drafting 3 wide, almost 4 wide down the backstretch. Currently in that 10th spot, Roethlisberger on the inside, and that Siemens Ford Mustang. Here comes Honeycutt again. God, he's just trying to go where they ain't.
Oh my.
That's a Coke Series driver, ladies and gentlemen. They are aggressive for a reason. Oh my gosh, they're about to wreck again. The 073 and Sheen, Slavosky and Sheen almost wrecked right behind the onboard of Caden.
They made it. For now. Here comes Kane to the outside again.
Well, if these guys just work together, get to the front.
But I want to get to the front my way.
They just start lap 14. The outside line starting to build a little bit of momentum. That 07 of Blake Bryant finally got those rookie stripes off. Start of 2023, ran a campaign with us, a part-time campaign with us last year. Got Honeycutt all over the back of him representing the Coke Series. Bowers from that D main. He's made his way into the fray. He's now 9th. Here comes Slavosky in the middle. He will momentarily take that transfer spot and back to 12th.
Yeah, he's got Sheen behind him, though, to pick him up. And that's going to open up the door. Roethlisberger's on the inside. Trippiano is there as well. And Slavosky's just forced to get right back in line here with Kane Cook, and he has to check up for Bowers. Honeycutt had to lift because he is starting to overcook the motor just a little bit, and that's why I was looking for some air there around Blake Bryant.
Cook goes back to the middle, hung out Bowers, and if I'm King Cook, I'm not making any friends. He has left out just about everybody that's around him to try and pass him by himself. Will pick up his dead zone teammate and Bryant, give him huge push into turn 3. That'll move him into 5th.
Man, just seems so on edge.
Yeah, I'm surprised. These guys are a little bit more. Maybe it's because the track temp's a little bit hotter. It was around 81, 82 degrees in the D main. It seems like these guys are a little bit more skatey in the corners. 86 degrees in the sim, only 1 mile an hour north as far as wind goes. And normally the lower the wind speed, the hotter the track, just because the air is a lot more stagnant. But right now, just a lot of jockeying for position. And if you're in that top 3 or 4, you're loving every second of that. But here comes that top side once again, trying to build any bit of momentum to get to the front.
Well, and for these guys right now, I would almost think the best thing to do would be just stay in line, keep your car clean, wait for green flag stops, don't make any mistakes getting on or off pit road, and then you'll have a shot to make it once we get back to racing after stops. Otherwise, all of this racing right now is not doing you a ton of good other than just, well, I guess learning for late in the race.
Malachi Drake momentarily drops out of line. Tira is going to go to the top, go around now the lap car of Chris Davis. He will need a caution. If the caution does come out, we'll be lucky dog. Here comes Kane trying to duck low as everyone goes high for the number 2. That's going to mix the field up. Here comes the 17 now. Sorry, that'll be the 14 of Sturgill.
Oh, man.
Game, though. Oh, Kane saved it. Nearly took out Connor Horn. Tell you what, Kane Cook is not making friends in the C-Main. He's going to have to make it through this and the Tiny Text. If I'm a Tiny Text driver, I'm saying stay far away from that red and orange number 3 car.
It's hard for him to blend in. There's no doubt about it. He leads the top side, but not anymore. Honeycutt jumps up to the outside. Thought he might have Kiani go with him, but instead he'll stay to the bottom side. He's got Bowers behind him. Bowers gets a little wiggly.
I'm going to complete lap 18, and as I mentioned, I believe the pit window, if you want to get a crop of drivers to come in and pit, it is open for business. But for right now, top 24 still in this lead draft. If you're curious about the rest of the field, Alexander Balderas 25th with a handful of drivers. Richie Price, Shearer Jr., Hunter Bailey, Billy, Jonathan Ledger, and Juan Jimenez about 7 seconds behind the field, and they are continuing to lose a lot of ground. Make it 7.5 seconds now to the rest of the field. So it looks like unless we have a caution, they will have to have a Hail Mary to get back to the front. Top 5 still single file. Here comes Caden one more time, trying to make the second lane work. Kiani looks high as well. Gonna duck low.
Yeah, he keeps thinking about that outside, but he's got a teammate there in Bowers that he's hanging with.
Thinking about it.
Well, yeah, I don't know if maybe he's trying to get a draft so that way he can kind of pull Bowers along and get them both clear so they can jump up. But right now, either Kiani's going to have to abandon his teammate or just stay in line here and hang on to P5 for now.
Kiani just a little bit unstable on inside line. Him and Honeycutt almost made contact. Kiani pulls out from that 170 just a little bit. And I think Honeycutt and Cook have realized that they are probably the 2 most aggressive drivers. Why not work together a little bit here on the second lane? If anyone's going to make this top side work, it'll be the former Coke Series driver and the current Coke Series driver in Honeycutt and King Cook. Still got to mind those temperatures. County once again coming off that bottom line. Got to be real careful in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, he's been struggling to hold that line down there. It just seems uneasy.
And that could be a lot of things. With the rack and pinion setup, you can be pretty aggressive with the changes. You can have it as sensitive as you want it. You can have it be a real sluggish box and have a lot of wheel in it to make the corner. It really just depends on his preference. Oh, God, these guys are just all over the place. They
Probably
made it up to fourth.
Combination of track temps and worn tires, I think, at this point here.
Yeah, for the duels, I mentioned a little bit in the D main. We got around lap 25, and it was pretty cool, at least in duel 2. So it trended on the tight side. We ran the Clash with a pretty similar setup. I made a couple changes to the left rear tire to kind of balance it out, but it trended pretty loose after about 15 laps or so. Definitely not as hot as it was then. I think the track temp was about double than it is right now, but yeah, with it being a little bit more in the daytime, we're now to 87 degrees on the track temp. Kiani!
Whoa!
Oh,
into
Bowers!
Cook, and there they go.
That's
Bowers gets hooked. Back into Bryant. Sheen is around. Chris Davis goes through the grass. Caution's out. Tropiano involved. Tyler Williams. And the caution's out for the second time. This will put him in the window. And Nathan Kiani makes contact coming off of turn number 4. And another multi-car crash entering the tri-oval. Gets up into Kane Cook, and Kevin, it just looked like that 199 took up off the hill.
Yeah, we've seen him do it a couple times in the center of the corner. This time on corner exit. Not sure if he lost the nose or if he clipped the apron out of turn 4. Kane did everything he could to save it. Kiani actually did a really good job on keeping it off of the inside wall. Had to go through the pits to evade to stay away from the remaining drivers in that accident. But Bowers, an innocent bystander in that, he gets a lot of contact. Tyler Williams, Liam Sheen, Chris Davis, who should be lucky dog. We do have a rule that only if you cause the accident, not involved, but if you cause the accident, you still can get lucky dog. So he will be back on the lead lap. But a number of drivers in this. The number 39, that's going to be Roethlisberger, Trupiano involved, a lot of guys.
Kiani saved that thing down the flat. He didn't hit the inside wall. He just locked her up, got it straight, and got it on the pit road. I saw somebody in the chat mention it, and I was like, no, there's no way.
He might not have any damage the way the next gen is. It's unfortunate because he ends up being the cause, and in a lot of cases, man, he barely clipped Carson. That is a tough break for that 42.
Teammate.
Yep. But he looks fine. I think he will live to race for the remaining 30 laps or so, and I think he'll be just fine as long as he can stay in the lead draft from being in the back. But that took out a lot of guys, a lot of drivers with extensive repairs.
Well, he had no idea where his pit box was. That's what you saw there. He was trying to pull into a box about 6 stalls before his actual stall. He already has to go to the back, I guess, so why not? Chris Davis, your free pass. And this should be the money stop. Andy Trupiano made it out of the D main. That's 2 vehicles out of this race. Both of them from the D to the C. They will not go any farther. Trupiano and Wynn out, done for the night. I don't know why. Okay, on my end, it's showing Zach Roethlisberger as leader, and I think it's because he missed his stall, and he had to back up, and his stall is sitting right over the start finish line.
ATVO will have that error.
So, yep. So Sturgill's actually your race leader here. Connor Horn is in second. Those two took fuel only. That's a bold strategy. Most everybody else took 4. Isaac Johnson, I'm not sure about. Juan Jimenez took 2. Got to check here on Isaac to see what he did. I think, just 2 tires for the 13, but he did take a lot of fuel. 33 rather, so he comes out 7th onto the racetrack here. Horn and Sturgill only have fuel only here.
Seems like they did not pay attention to the duels.
Nope.
But they will learn the hard way. I'll say this, I'm sure they will be just fine on speed, but at least from experience, we took 4 in Duel 2, and it just seemed, compared to a lot of guys who took 2 or even fuel only, and it just seemed the maneuverability was a lot better. It wasn't as bogged down in the corners. So I think they'll face that pitfall here. If this stays green for 25 laps, I think they'll be the ones that pay the price, especially on entry where it gets tight. They will definitely be a little bit slower and not be able to keep that momentum, but we'll just have to wait and see and find out.
That we will. We are half a lap away from getting back under the green flag. We'll be at halfway here when we get to the line. You see the clock on the ticker. Remember, we only have a certain amount of time to get this race in. I would think we should be able to get 25 laps in. Plenty of time in those 35 minutes. But you never know. It's been pretty chaotic here so far. If we keep up this trend of sitting behind the iRacing pace car, we may be here a little bit yet. So Michael Sturgill, Connor Horn are on the front row. 25 laps to go. Green flag. Roethlisberger, by the way, he has disconnected from the session. He is out He is somebody that qualified into the C main, did not have to race his way in like some of the others. So 3 vehicles out of the race, still plenty more to go.
3 out, and it looks like at least 2 cars will be out of the draft. Ledger falling back. Kiani looks like he did not get caught up in time. He's going to be out of the draft going into turn 3. He's going to need a caution. Back up front, Sturgill immediately went to the top on that restart, and I didn't think that was the right move. It seems like all speed weeks, even last week in the Clash and the duels and even in the D main, that inside line is the place you want to be, at least through 1 and 2. And Honeycutt just said, yep, I'll go ahead and take the lead. Got a nice push from Tires. And Tires and Honeycutt are clear out of turn 2.
All in the mail down on the bottom of the racetrack. Honeycutt and Tires. Of course, we'll got Oshlin behind him. Slovoski to the outside. Reese Schaefer down there in the 79. He stays down on the bottom. He's got Dylan Kemp on his back bumper. Remember him? Who made his way through the D main? Here he is. Up the front of the field.
Billy
Crash. Billy around. Another big crash coming into the tri-oval. Kane Cook is involved in this. Jimenez, Thomas Hitch. Malachi Drake involved. Believe Blake Bryant.
I think that was the origin of the wreck, was Drake.
Well, almost. He got hit by Billy in the 18.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, for those of you that remember the crash in 2013, where Denny Hamlin just went to the bottom and lost it, that's kind of what happens here off turn 4. You'll see him in line behind the 34 of Tyler Williams, cuts to the bottom, and he just washes up the racetrack. It's like he bumper grabs off him.
And well, look, I'm looking at a closer view of this incident, and it looks like Billy either gets loose, or he gets loose and swerves up to save the car, or he just has no idea that Drake is on that second lane. He just makes a right turn right in front of the 90, and that takes out a bunch of guys. Thomas Hitch, as you mentioned, Jimenez, Blake Bryan has to avoid it. I believe he does tag this inside wall. Oh yeah, big hit for the 07. Tough break. That was just a really bizarre accident. It seems like Calamity Corner is turn 4.
Yeah, the exit.
Yeah.
It's the straightaway between turn 4 and the tri-oval. Oh,
and it does fall off
Bryant.
a little bit there. And you know, myself, Nate Stewart, and Reynolds, we were, trying to dial in the setup, make sure everything was stable. And unlike the fixed setup, if you're in the fixed setup, it just seems like the downforce just goes to negative off the corner. With this setup, not as much, but it just seems like these guys are losing it, either losing the nose or losing the rear end off the corner, particularly in turn 4. And that could get worse if it gets a little bit hotter for the Tiny Techs. It'll be around 12:15, which is almost peak horizon in February. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now, Caden Honeycutt, your leader.
So we'll get a restart here, I think, with 20 laps to go. And Caden Honeycutt is your race leader. A couple of cars on the pit lane right now getting stuff worked on. Mostly those involved in the crash. A couple of others just getting damage fixed from earlier accidents as well. All right, so hashtag ask the booth here, Kevin. Has the setup had a gear change since the duel, so the engine doesn't sound like it's going to blow at the end of every straight?
I took that criticism and I pondered on it, and I kept it pretty much the same, just because that's what I'm going for. I feel like the way the next gen works, it's a little intense with the draft. I've noticed it is a net negative for the racing if the change in speed is so great. I think what we have is what we got, and I've heard mixed reviews, but yeah, I did make a small change. It's negligible if you look at it on paper, but it was a small change.
Man, I cannot believe that KFC is getting rid of popcorn chicken. That's unacceptable.
As a person who does not visit KFC for anything other than the Chicken Littles, I am not disappointed to hear that news.
I couldn't tell you the last time I had KFC, but yesterday they announced that they're getting rid of several things. Their wings, which I didn't even know they had. Popcorn chicken, Nashville hot sauce.
Okay, their Nashville hot sauce is amazing. So that's a mistake.
Yeah,
that is a huge mistake. I have no reason to go now.
Chocolate chip cookies. Yep, chocolate chip cookies are out as well, so you're going to have to go somewhere else for those.
Unbelievable.
They're simplifying their menu, allegedly. And that's why they're getting rid of some things, but they're bringing back wraps.
Wow.
So if you miss the snack wraps, I guess, go down the street to KFC. All right, 20 laps to go, green flag.
I agree, Davey. Popeyes is overwhelmingly better. 20 to go here in the C-Main. Reminder, top 10 make it. The way these guys have been racing from about 8th on back, that's going to be a hellacious battle here for the end. Tires getting a huge shove from Slavoski in the middle of turn 2. Honeycutt with no one on the back end. That's Oshalim in the 11. They link up temporarily, but that high line just a little bit more organized for now. Still side by side for the lead going into 3.
It appears World War III has broken out in the chat. I apologize. 19 laps to go this time. Honeycutt and Tires side by side for the lead, and they make it off turn number 4. No issues this time by, but still a long way to go.
At the line, Tires, your leader, and I believe he goes to the bottom to link up with Honeycutt. At the same time, that allows Slavoski to cool his engine down a little bit, so if Tires wants to, he can go back to the top, keep that momentum. But for right now, that inside line is checking up and checking up big. Slavoski, a huge side draft out of turn 2. No help, unfortunately, out of turn 2. Throws about a car length back, and that's going to allow Honeycutt to push Tires down the entire super stretch here at Daytona. Huge checkup in turn 3. Honeycutt having to cool that engine down a little bit into turn 3, coming to 18 laps to go.
Tires out in front as Slavoski tries to lead the outside line. Don't look now. Chris Davis is making moves up the middle 3 wide at the tail of this pack back there with Carson Bowers and company.
A couple of these guys were out to lunch. I lost the draft before the caution out of turn 4 that involved, I believe it was Kane and a handful of drivers. Balderas comes to mind. He was out in, I think, 26th position. He has now made his way into 8th. Had a great showing in the D main, stayed in the top 5 the entire time, started on the pole in that race. He started, I believe, outside the top 20 in this one with the way how many drivers did not show up. He started 28th, and he has now made his way up into now the 10th spot, now 6th as he hits the line.
10 drivers, your top 10 all advance to the Tiny Text 500. 17 laps to go here on FTF. Santiago Tires out in front. Dylan Kem now leading the outside line. He's barely made a peep all night, and here he is leading the top.
And as soon as you say that, big check up.
All chaos.
Big check up. Slavoski got to the outside just a little bit. I don't know if he anticipated Kem coming down like he did out of turn 2, but Slavoski either had to check up or the side draft effect really started to pull that 9 car back in a big way. And that was felt all the way back to, I'd say, around 15th, where Kane Cook and Chance Durheim, where they're now 3 wide for a position. Chris Davis trying to get back through the field as well after being the lucky dog recipient. And that allows the top 12, 13 drivers to pull away momentarily. Only 4 cars on that high line. Chem once again trying to rally their outside line. Currently side by side with Reese Schaefer in that 79 Mobile 1 machine.
They get it sorted out.
Oh,
We're now in a crash.
Isaac Johnson and a couple other drivers.
Jonathan Ledger through the grass.
Yep.
On the back straightaway. He is rolling back up onto the racetrack. There's traffic coming. Malachi Drake, look out. They get it out of the way as Jonathan Ledger has some trouble, and he had to avoid Isaac Johnson. There was a lot of shenanigans going on at the back of the pack.
Again.
Yeah, there were a lot of issues going on back there, and Ledger gets the worst of it here. You ride on board. No, you don't. Here we go. You'll see it at the back of the pack. Oh, man. Billy with a big block on Isaac Johnson. Ledger has to avoid, and he cuts across the nose of, I think that's Jeremy Clapper-Newell, and gets turned around.
Yeah, just nowhere for Ledger and company to go. I don't know what's going on with Ryan, Billy, even Justin in the chat saying 18 Bud, you okay? I'm not sure if Ryan has input lag or something on his monitor, but he is making moves either too early or way too late. And luckily for him, he was not designated the cause of that, just because of the way the checkup was. Leisure and 18 share responsibility in that. Leisure gets spun to the inside line, like you said, off the nose of Clapper-Newell, who just had nowhere to go. So lucky break for the 18. Normally it's 2 strikes and you're out, but Billy will live to fight for the next 14 laps or so. Try to get to the front. Couple of recipients in pits. Clapper-Newell, Isaac Johnson come in.
All right. So we'll get a restart with maybe 11, 12 laps to go. But pits are open. Half a dozen cars are on it. Still 30 cars left in this race, even though all of them may not fully be up to speed.
Isaac Johnson down and away. He will get back on the track, as well as Clapper. Looking at the top 10, that's the money. That's the magic number. Connor Horn in 10th. Liam Sheen 9th. Sturgill in 8th. Slavoski, he's done very well in that 073 so far. He is in 7th. Balderas, talked about him rallying from the back. He is up to 6th. Kem from 26th up to 5th. Schaefer in 4th. Oshalim started on the pole, has stayed up front. He currently rides 3rd. Honeycutt, another driver who I'd say has been either the most aggressive or the second most aggressive driver behind Kane Cook. Currently in 2nd, and Santi Tires will lead the field here. And I believe you're right, Jake. I think it will be 12 to go for this, hopefully, final restart.
Something like that. We'll step aside. We're back after this here on FTF. Back here from Daytona, getting set to go for the restart. 12 laps to go. Santiago Tires, Caden Honeycutt on the front row. Green flag, your top 10 advance to the Tiny Tex 500. Everybody else goes home.
Great restart for the 081 of Santee. Goes back to the top. Thinks better of it. Goes back to the inside line. Oshalim with the run. Going to give him a big push. That's going to check up the entire inside line. And if you're in that 15 of Cole Freilich, you love seeing every second of that. On the outside, currently looking in next to Sheen. Put him in the 10th spot for now. That inside line just not as organized as it's been all race long. 3 wide. That's Freilich again. Next to Kem.
Cook going to go with him. See if they can hold it here off the corner. Cook's going to abandon him.
Oh,
and
no.
Freilich's going to drop back. Stuck in the sucker hole.
From 10th, fighting for a transfer. He's still trying to find a place to get in line. Going to settle all the way back into 20th. Slavoski also gets put in the middle. Sturgill to the top with Connor Horn. Just talked about how he's been up front the entire race, and the same thing happens to Slavoski. Now back to 15th, 17th. Still dropping, and Billy in the inside again. Not sure what happened. He's coming back on the track.
Oh!
Save it!
Look
No
out,
touch.
we're good.
Wow.
He came down the racetrack, and he did not, well, he did clear himself off of Cole Pawkin.
Well, that'll be 3 times.
Sounds like he was trying to avoid somebody that got on the brakes in front of him, and that's why he cut to the left as fast as he did. 10 laps to go. The outside line is nowhere right now. Trying to get up to speed. Reese Schaefer leading the pack. Balderas is pushing him, but he's getting a little hot. He has to get out of line. He has to lift. They all scatter. People on the apron. They're 4 wide. There goes
Davis.
Chris Davis. Into Kane Cook. Back down the racetrack. Juan Jimenez almost into the wall. Jamie Ritchie Price is in it. Cole Pawkin is in it. Caution's out. Balderas gets a piece at the very end. Isaac Johnson has to stomp on the brakes to avoid. And another caution on this end of the speedway, this time with 10 laps to go.
This is just a product of the side draft. Balderas gets put in the middle, tries to block Sturgill. Him and Connor Horn have to hit the wall to avoid Balderas. They're 4 wide for a moment. Chris Davis gets knocks into the 86, and it looks like Chance just checks up right in front of the 2 for seemingly no reason. Sends Chris Davis into the wall, and everyone scatters.
Oh, and look at the... Oh, man, that's Kiani getting involved there, and Hunter Bailey in the 224 piling into that at the end.
Just a huge checkup in speed. Freilich loves every second of that. He's trying to get back to the front. Gets around it. Kane again involved.
Pawkin, and then there's Jimenez. There's a 95 again. Jimmy Ritchie Price. I think we need to see an onboard of that 224, by the way, because he is miles back from this accident. You see those 2 cars at the back of the field? So this is the 224.
Look at those ants up front.
Yeah, it's like, okay, there's smoke. They're
Slow
wrecking.
down.
Caution's out.
Slow
down. Into the wall and then into Kiani.
That's one way to woe it down, is just slap the wall.
And he's already had a lot of damage from that first wreck of the night. Run the blimp.
Oh my
man.
gosh!
The inside checked up, but man, Durheim just checked up
way too much.
More than the inside was, and he already had a lot of space. Woof.
Very confusing why he checked up like he did. No claim for the accident, no cause designated for the accident as well. So we will
keep racing deal.
Keep the another racing deal, $400K. So the field will stay as is. Your leader, it seems like Caden and Santee have been exchanging it the last 30 laps or so. Caden, your leader. Santee Tires currently in second. Jonathan Oshalim, try not to jinx him, been up front the entire time. Currently in third. DK in fourth. Liam Sheen fifth. Shearer Jr. in sixth. Tyler J. Williams in seventh. Slavosky rallied back into the top 10 because of that accident. He has now made his way back into 8th after being drop kicked out of the top 10 to about 18th. Reese Schaefer and Brandon Zimmerman, your current bubble driver to make it into the Tiny Text. If you're Michael Sturgill, Thomas Hitch, Connor Horn, Cole Freilich, Chance Durheim, Carson Powers on back. Not a lot of time left. You're going to have to make a few moves here in the last 5-6 laps or so.
Carson Powers?
Carson Bowers.
Austin? Okay.
Apologies.
We just got a reminder, by the way, that there is only one we'll try it again. Only one green-white checker available if we need it here. So we're also starting to get a little bit closer to that clock you see on the left-hand side of your screen. 12:45 remaining, and we're going to get a restart with 6 laps to go. So really, we may get 2 more cautions out of this, but I think we'll be okay on time.
I like to think that, typically when you go to a dirt race or a late model event, normally if you're in the C relative to the D, you're a better crop of drivers. But in this case, I think the little bit bigger field, a little bit smaller chance to make it with 30 guys going down to 10, a lot of aggression, and I think we'll see that again. So hopefully we don't hit that, but it's definitely something these guys got to be considering here with coming to 6 laps to go. If they keep it green, obviously will be more than enough time, but if green-white checkered comes into play, that time might be the difference between 1 lap under green-white checkered or going the full 2. We'll have to find out.
The Barr Visuals FTF 500 just 1 day away. Saw the banner a little while ago. There's the chance that somebody in this race could be racing tomorrow. They have to win. They have to be in the top 10 here. They have to win the Tiny Text 500K coming up later tonight. Honeycutt and Tires once again on the front row. 6 laps remaining here at Daytona. Green flag.
And Honeycutt does the same thing that Tires did on the last restart. Jumps up top. Tires went to the bottom. He does not. Never mind. Here comes Kem. Slingshots to the inside line. Caden goes to block that. Number 9 peeps. Chevy Camaro. A lot of yellow behind that Caden Honeycutt machine. Big shove down the backstretch. 6 laps to go.
Here they come. Honeycutt out in front, pushed out in front by Dylan Kem. Dylan Kem lost the D-main by 5 1,000ths. Even though it doesn't matter if you win or lose here, you just have to be inside the top 10 right now. He is pretty safe and secure. Coming to 5 laps to go. Your transfer spot right now. Back there with Michael Sturgill, Brandon Zimmerman. It's where the side-by-side battle is in this lead pack.
Santi Tires goes from being a competitor for the lead all the way back into the 6th spot. Almost fell back as far back as 8th. Trying to get a push now from Slavosky. He cannot breathe being that close to the transfer spot. Trying to get that second lane moving once again. Zimmerman on the top. Here comes, who is that on the outside? That is Cole Freilich, Carson Bowers. Battle for position right now. The spot currently owned by Freilich, Schaefer, Bowers on the outside looking in. Gonna have to make a move. Coming to 4 to go. They're snaking all over the front stretch.
The outside line is a-coming. Here comes Tires up on the outside. Pushed by Slavosky. How long can that 073 push before the thing overheats and he has to get out of it? That's where we've seen some of the biggest issues so far today. We've got more than 20 cars under a blanket here at the front of the field. Make it 26 cars in this lead pack. Coming to 3 laps to go.
Super aggressive side draft from Tires out of turn 2 all over the side of Tyler J. Williams. Outside line checks up heavy. And the disadvantage of the way this car overheats quickly, if you push for a long time, you have to be off the guy in front for a long time To cool it down, here comes Freilich, takes advantage of the checkup, kicks Zimmerman to the top. He's looking to be aggressive, still in that 10th spot, 3 wide. Make it 3 rows deep for that transfer spot. Tires holds the middle.
Tires to the middle, that kicks out Slavoski.
Oh,
Go to the
no!
outside, hooked into the wall goes Tires, and a big crash. Multiple cars involved in this one. Blake Bryant involved. The 90 of Malachi Drake involved. Bailey piles in at the end. Pauken is in this. Durheim, Thomas Hitch in a big pile on the apron of turn 2. And it was Santi Tires that got turned up into the outside wall. Very similar. We've seen some gnarly accidents at this end of the racetrack before. 2013 in the Xfinity Series here, when Michael Annett got hooked up into the outside wall. Very similar spot to crash.
I have that video on tape if you want to look at my YouTube. That's funny that you mentioned that wreck. But back to the action. Santi, like we mentioned, was battling for the C-Main victory not even 3 or 4 minutes ago. And Cole goes a little bit lower than I believe he should have. I honestly, I would say Santi may have tracked up a little bit higher than he probably should have, but that could be because of the push going into turn 1. Gets sent to the inside. Luckily for the 62 of Shearer, does not make contact with that 081. Santi has to check up or overcorrect. It just goes flying into the outside wall and nearly flips and goes airborne. Multiple drivers pile in. Malachi Drake, Blake Bryant, Brandon Zimmerman, who had just been kicked out of that second lane.
You had 3 wrecks in one wreck. You had you had Tires getting turned, and then you had not one but 2 different guys come down the racetrack and clean out cars on the apron. Kiani was one of those that got absolutely wiped out. Durheim was one. Blake Bryant got pushed down. And then the 72 of Thomas Hitch, he turns left, takes out Kiani, and they pile it on in as well.
Yeah, it just seems like it. Normally at Daytona, the wrecks funnel down, but in this case, they all go in a track towards the outside wall. We'll get another vantage point of the wreck. This is a little bit further back. This is on Durheim, who just right in the middle of that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers all go towards the top side into that outside wall. That is a lot of hard hits. We'll have to see what happens as far as how much damage they can hang on to the tail end of this pack. Another vantage point. This is Kiani.
And that 72 is already on his outside, and behind him, he sees him wreck. He gets low, he backs down, and he gets run over and piles right on in.
That's actually not that hard of a hit. Oh, my gosh.
Not that bad, but remember, the only reason he's back there is because he caused an incident and got an EOL penalty. That's the only reason he's wedged back in traffic.
Freilich deemed the cause from race control. Little contention in the chat about that one. Can definitely understand that vantage point. The old adage, you're responsible for the car in front of you, is a base standpoint for a reason. Santi's entitled to run whatever lane he'd like in the corner. Can't control the guy pushing him in the back. Got to be careful, especially on entry, and just hooked him. But that'll set up a green-white checkered. We are going to overtime. Caden Honeycutt still leading your transfer spot, currently occupied by Slavoski in the 073. He's been all over the place trying to stay up front. Sturgill on the outside looking in. Billy, who has been a ping pong ball all over the place, back and forth, turning left and right when there are people there. He is currently in 12th. Piper Newell 13th. Blake Bryant, who was just in that accident.
Yeah.
Kiani 15th. Balderas trying to go from the D main to the tiny text. In 16th, Johnson, Cook, Davis, Richie Price, your top 20.
Durheim has parked the car, by the way. He is done for the night after getting involved in that incident. So 29 cars are left in the session. Tiraz and Zimmerman still getting damaged worked on. So 27 cars on the racetrack. Some of them at the back do have some damage, so they may not be up to speed, but it's a plate track. A lot of things can happen and will happen here. If a late crash is to come on the white flag, could open up the window for those guys in the back to snake their way through, and all you have to get is a top 10. If enough cars wreck, you could be in the picture.
And this is point of no return rules. If you're not familiar with it, one green, white checkered, no more yellows. This race is 100% finishing under green. On top of that, if you plow a wreck, you can be deemed sent to the back. Pace car is off, 2 laps to go. Gain Honeycutt leads.
Green flag. Honeycutt, your leader. Big push there from Leon Sheen, and they are clear of that inside line. Dylan Kemp did not get going. Oshelin was trying to push him as much as he could. Here comes Shearer. They're wrecking. There they go.
Save it. They're saving it. They're wrecking.
No, they didn't. In the back. Isaac Johnson involved in this. Cole Freilich is involved. Chris Davis gets through. Drake and Pocken involved as well. Back up to the front. They've got it sorted out for now.
Top 6, top 7 pull away, but there is still a harsh battle for the transfer spot. Currently occupied right now by Connor Horn, King Cook in 11. Here comes Jamie Ritchie Price, Sturgill, the 79. That's Schaefer. All single file. Billy pulls out, and that's not going to work. Oh no, he wrecks King and Connor Horn.
And Billy. Billy into the wall. Last lap. Single file in your top 7. They are scooting away. Single file in this second pack.
Kane Cook saved it and is still in the transfer spot. What a save from Kane.
He's the first one out right now. Sturgill in front of him is the last one in. So Kane Cook needs to pass one car. Down the back straightaway. Headed to turn number 3. Everything calm at the front. Dylan Kim to the outside looking for the lead. All eyes back here for the transfer spot. Here they come off turn 4. The 79 to the outside. That's Schaefer. Kane Cook with him. Here comes Richie Price. He's already in. Kane Cook with the shove of his life. He's going to make the tiny text. Who's the first car out? It's going to be...
No, Schaefer.
Schaefer. He is the first one out by 48 thousandths. Sturgill 12th, Bailey 13th, Kiani 14th, Balderas 15th, and that big old pack racing to the line. Your top 10 advanced to the tiny text. Oh, and Dylan Kim won this race by 1/1000th. We'll need a replay of that later. But, oh, by the way, just a casual little 1/1000th battle at the front. But your top 10 are moving on to the tiny text. Kim, Honeycutt, Oshelin, Sheen, Shearer, Williams, Bowers, Slavoski, Cook, Richie Price. They will race later tonight.
This is the second crash. Billy gets knocked out of line, just turns left. Hits Connor. Gets sent to the outside wall. What a save from Kane Cook. That is impressive. And he ends
now
up...
results are unofficial here.
Yep, big argument in the chat. I think Cole's a little heated. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, well, Freilich got parked for whatever he did at the back of the field.
Sounds like he plowed the wreck.
And
we'll have to get a replay on that.
Yep. So once again, your battle for the transfer spot. So here comes the 79 to the outside. Jimmy Ritchie Price stays in line. Here comes Cook to the flag, and what a job there by the 79 of Reese Schaefer. He didn't get in. He pushed Kane Cook in, though, and he was so short. He almost joined his teammate in the 62. That's Freilich involved. Well, here we go. Let's start from the beginning. That's
just go to the back.
Start.
You'll see why here.
Oh man,
Cole dead last. Looked at his telemetry. He gained speed the entire time. 171, 172, still 170, and he wrecks.
Just drives right
else.
in. Yep. Let's see. The 18 was parked as well. That's Billy. Billy got parked.
About Malachi Drake, I am heated. I'd missed that wreck, and then here comes Cole from left field, just not slowing up for the wreck. And I just mentioned, we deem plows as a cause, and that is exactly what the 15 did. Did not slow down at all.
Here's the finish of the race at the front. Your top 10 is confirmed per race control. Kem to the outside. Honeycutt blocks. Contact and Kem to the inside, and it's the same move he did in race 1, and this time it works. Oh, man! What a run that Kem got to the flag. Oh, my goodness! Was that Liam Sheen?
Was that? I don't know.
A terrible flip. I think that was him. Yeah, it was. All right, well, at least one replay of this for our amusement.
Man, what an effort by DK. That's 2 now. He's finished in the top 2. You got to put him in the running for... Here he comes. Why is that there? Who did that? Who put that there? Is that actually how the track is?
Is that the same bump that people were invisibly hitting in the 24 here a couple years ago?
Is it just now visible? It's just a ramp? That's not safe.
Oh, man.
Fix your game, Jake.
Unbelievable. Dylan Kem, your winner by 1/1000th of a second over Caden Honeycutt. The good news is that in this next race, we can't ignore the leader coming to the checkered flag. So if we have a great finish like this, you'll actually see it live. Honeycutt second. Oshalim third, Liam Sheen, who we just saw die in turn 1, he's 4th. Ed Shearer Jr., the rookie, he finishes 5th. Tyler Williams 6th. Carson Bowers, he's made it. He went from the D, same with Kem. From the D main to the Tiny Tex, Logan Slavosky in 8th, Kane Cook 9th. Jamie Ritchie Price, your top 10, they will be in the Tiny Text a little bit later tonight.
I'll love to see the journey of Jamie Ritchie Price later on Twitter, see if he can do so in the Tiny Text. Reese Schaefer, the first of the walk of shame here from the C main. So close, yet so far. He will finish in 11th. Michael Sturgill in 12th. Hunter Bailey in the 13th. Keani in 14th. Alexander Balderas, he will finish 15th. Blake Bryan, I'm surprised that car even came home in one piece with how many accidents he was involved in. He will finish in 16th. Clapper Newell in 17th. Thomas Hitch will finish in the 18th position. Isaac Johnson in 19th. Juan Jimenez, 20th. The rest of the field also not making it. Connor Horn, a lot of disappointment, a lot of anger coming from him because of that 18 machine being taken out on the white flag. Coming to the white flag, he will finish in 21st. Cole Pocken, 22nd. Chris Davis in 23rd. Ryan Billy, 24th. Jonathan Ledger, 25th. Drake, 26th. Freilich, Santi Tires, big heartbreak from the 081, led multiple laps. And I think he was the favorite to win, honestly, until he got taken out. Zimmerman, Durheim, Roethlisberger, Trupiano, Wynn, and Tanner Love, who did not take a lap, all out. And will be, just like the rest, promoted to spectator for the rest of FTF 500 weekend.
There you have it. Let's talk with our race winner, Dylan Kem. You tried the move on the last lap of the D main, and you came up 5,000 short. A different version of the same move in the C main, and you win by 1/1000th. How fun was that?
That was a blast. I had the help that I needed in the C main to get that big run coming out of turn 4. Just didn't quite have the juice in the first one. I thought I could get there, but just didn't really have it. But the second one, it worked out. So both races, separated all together by 0.006. That's fun stuff.
So you're going to be starting at the back here in the Tiny Text once again. You're going to have, I think, still over 50 cars in this race.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the game plan going into this race? Because it's 125 laps. Only the winner moves on.
Well, I think I'm probably going to do it probably like I did the C main. Try to hang out in the back a little bit. The way I kind of got to the front of the C main was when people would wreck, they'd go pit, and it was just kind of like that first caution gained about 5 spots from the wreck. The bottom was really working in that C main. So I'll probably just slowly march. You have to be there at the end. I mean, if I can get up to, I'd say, I don't know, 15th with 20 to go, that puts us in a good position. But you got to make it to the end to have a shot. So we'll do what we can.
Dylan, best of luck. We'll see if you can make your way into the Barr Visuals FTF 500.
Yes, sir.
That's Dylan Kem, the Peeps Machine, and he's going to have a shot to race for a Barr Visuals FTF 500 here. We'll have to see.
Well, if history is any indicator, the best place to be if you want to make the 500 is to finish second. We'll just have to find out if anyone takes the money or if they decide to risk it all. Double or nothing, by the way. If you win the Tiny Text and you win the 500, not only do you get the $500 for winning 500, you get to keep that $100 you relinquished from the Tiny Text. So you can definitely stack it if you win it, but we've yet to see that so far in the 2 years on iRacing for the FTF 500.
So I think the plan is, I don't know what the plan is. I know the Tiny Text comes up here at 9:30 at the bottom of the hour on the East Coast. I know the plan is for Sean to join the booth for the Tiny Text.
If you want to save your voice, I can one man it.
Well, I'll at least wait for Sean to get here and then probably dip out at that point. But I understand there's a lot of racing going on in Florida, and it's a busy time of year. So
I don't think he has any excuse to be at a race. There's a rain delay in Samsula,
I just
Florida.
saw him pop online on the old Discord machine, so we'll find out. But Kevin, we do have a couple of people to talk to. Infield Care Center check. Here's Liam Sheen.
Liam, first off, sick McTwist or whatever happened in turn 1. I hope you're okay. But tell us about that race. A lot of chaos, a lot of wrecks, but you managed to stay up front and make your way here into the Tiny Text.
Yeah, I died, but I'll live. Yeah.
That might be the quote of the day.
But yeah, we got in that early wreck. I had it missed, and then I got clipped last second. But barely any damage. These cars are tanks, so we were all right. And then I was just working with Caden the whole race pretty much, and just coordinating with him. Try to get to the bottom as quick as I could, and we cycled up to the front towards the end. Wanted to go for the win there, but I just couldn't stay cool enough, and Dylan got the run, and I just couldn't do anything because of the side draft. So
talk to us real quick about the race conditions. Obviously, it's a little bit different than fixed with the way the gear is and with the weather. Tell us about what you guys are feeling as far as the inside line dominating versus the outside line. It seems like that inside line just seems to be the safe route so far in these two mains.
Yeah, I went to the top early in the run because I thought it would be, I thought we'd all just train on the outside, but it wasn't the case at all. Because the revs are so high, you can't really, it doesn't really matter. So you really had to get to the bottom. I mean, you could still get runs and still pass, but you really had to earn the run. So that was tough. Also, the engine got really hot, so it was really hard to lay on someone, get a huge draft, and you just couldn't do it. You couldn't really stay on them, so it kind of created some sort of Xfinity type racing with how hard it was to pass and how hard to really get ahead of the leader. But yeah, as long as you stay coordinated, I mean, the outside line on the restarts, they really got a big jump. The inside really couldn't do much, but really only lasted about 2 corners. And once we got to turn 3 or 4, the inside would just get this unstoppable momentum. And it just, you're SOL if you're on the outside.
So you go from a 30-car field for the C main to north of 50 drivers, 57 unofficially, will be in the Tiny Text. What are you going to do as far as strategy? What are you going to do to get from where you're going to be starting north of the 40s back up to the front again to possibly win this thing?
I'm just gonna kind of take what the race gives me, just keep the car clean, focus on that, and then towards the end, if we can stay in, restart in the top 7, top 5 or so, I think I can make something happen from there. But it's all about just progressively getting forward with the race and keep the car clean, keep the toe links on it, and from there it's just kind of take the white flag. It doesn't really matter what happens there. You just kind of go. So whole point was to get to this point. So hopefully we can come out on top.
Final question. Are you a Popeyes guy or a KFC guy?
Popeyes.
Thank you.
Yep.
There you have it.
I was trying to figure out how to do a poll in the chat for that. If Zach knows how to do it, put a poll in the chat for the Popeyes versus KFC debate that got very contentious for seemingly no reason before we started. But I that doesn't help me. That I have the computer literacy of a 7-year-old. Despite working in tech, I'm not very tech savvy.
Oh, okay. So there we go. What's better? Popeyes, KFC.
And no other like local joints like Bojangles.
I'll add Chick-fil-A in there.
No, Chick-fil-A doesn't have chicken. Like they don't have like bone-in chicken. That doesn't count. I just want to do KFC versus Popeyes. I've heard Raising Cane's is fantastic, but
there you go.
I'm glad Sean isn't here. He would lose his mind if he heard what I said. I mean, like actual full bone-in chicken. I've never seen that at Chick-fil-A. If anyone would like to show that to me, then I will rescind my statement.
We'll let the people vote. It's election day here on Twitch. We'll step aside. The Tiny Text 500K is coming your way in just a couple of moments here on FTF. Stay with us.
Unbelievable.
Staring at the ceiling, I see shapes devour. Through all of this, you told me that you loved me so much. But now we're here, and I can barely breathe. Inside my head, I pulled apart all the pieces to only see I've always wanted you. So let's take this time to feel it all, no lies. 'Cause if we don't, the fight will eat the life. Stuck in self-destruct, and we can't wake up. Don't wanna give it away. Can't make me give it away. Don't eat the life. Don't eat the life. Don't eat the life. I know we're scared, and every day feels like a bad day. My biggest fear is you will walk away. The battle's here, and I'm standing in the fire. So take my hand, and we will stay alive. So let's take this time to feel it all, no lies. 'Cause if we don't, the fight will eat the life. Stuck in self-destruct, and we can't wake up. Don't wanna give it away. Can't make
And we're back here from Daytona. It is just past noon in Sim. It is just past 9:30 on the eastern seaboard here in the east in the real world. It is time now for the Tiny Text 500K, 125 laps here from Daytona. The winner of this race moves on to the Barr Visuals FTF 500, which is tomorrow. Should I say the winner of this moves on if they choose to decline the money? If they accept the money, obviously, then the person moving on could be second, could be third. Whoever's first to decline the money that's left is moving on. So I've been with you here for the D and for the C main. I'm going to head on out of the broadcast booth so I have any resemblance of a voice left for tomorrow's 500-mile race. And Caleb and James Pike will be here with me for that tomorrow as well. So for the Tiny Text 500, Kevin's still here. It'll be Kevin and Josh Mendoza that lead us for these 125 laps. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Jacob. I really do appreciate you being here in such short notice. Get that voice rested for tomorrow. You will certainly need it for 500 miles tomorrow night. Thankfully, I will not have to do much talking tomorrow because I will be in the race, unless I'm yelling at people. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But thankfully, able to fill in. Got Josh Mendoza here. Obviously, Josh, it's been a long night so far, but we got a long way to go. 125 laps, 500 kilometers for these guys to have one shot at making the 500 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting race here. 125 laps, so hopefully those tensions, the nerves they've had built up for a while, hopefully that is going to calm down. We got a long time here. We got plenty of time to get these 125 laps in. We're not going to be time limited. I mean, unless we get up to 3 hours and 40 minutes, but I hope we're not going to be here for that long. And I'm hoping maybe with those nerves and that length of time and the amount of time on track that we're going to see a little bit more of a relaxed race, more of a strategic, long, high-speed game of chess, Kevin.
We'll certainly have to find out how this race has been, how this race will play. D-Main, definitely the cleaner of the two. C-Main, a lot of incidents, a lot of issues, especially towards the tail end. We'll just have to wait and find out how this one plays out. We'll take a look at our starting grid for tonight's Tiny Text 500K. Aaron Smith II, who is currently experiencing some network issues. He actually just fell out, so that's going to be trouble early for the 70. He will start on pole if he can get back in the session in time. Doesn't look like he will. Christopher Overland in second. He will roll off on the outside of row 1. Lucas Plussel in third. Vincent Cortez will roll off in the number 40. Starting from 4th, Ricky Burbank Jr. in 5th. Robert Dorman, FTF veteran, in the 46. He will roll off in the 6th position. Sebastian Marin, newcomer, did a really good job in qualifying. He will look to make his first FTF 500. He rolls off in 8th. He will roll off in 7th. Matthew Zwack rolls off in 8th. Ethan Quarter 9th. And Joseph Kazi will roll off in 10th.
Yeah, starting in 11th will be Josh Stoltz. I like the name. It's a great name there. Corbin Magali is going to be rolling off 11th. David Robertson and Garrett Sidnor. Thank you. I appreciate it. Brandon Hayes-Cattell, former Firecracker 400 winner, going to be rolling off there in the 15th position. Jackson Carr, 16th. Gary Sexton, 17th. Brett Pancari, going to be 18th. Then you have Corey Cook and Art Reimer, 19th and 20th.
Going through the rest of the field, Scotty Smith, 21st. David Cabrera, 22nd. FTF most popular driver back-to-back years, Andy Margot, rolls off 23rd. Seth Egger from Kicking the Tires, 24th. Zach Hudson, 25th. Jimmy Mullis rolls off in 26th. Justin Malillo looking to make 500. He will roll off in 27th. Nick Olson, 28th. Lawson Peel, 29th. Merkel in 30th. Philip McCandless in 31st. 32nd. Dylan Kem from the C-Main, Honeycutt, Oshalim, Sheen, Shearer Jr., Tyler J. Williams, Bowers, Slavosky, Kane Cook, and Jamie Ritchie Price, all from the C-Main. 41 drivers in total. A lot of guys decided not to show up tonight. We could have had a max field of 57, but we will take the 41 car field. Pace car in 4. Final thoughts before we go green here, Josh?
2 Coke drivers are in the field tonight. Those are going to be 2 drivers you want to look out, Jimmy Mullis and Caden Honeycutt, as well as Aaron Smith still has not logged back into the session.
Generic pace car from iRacing is off. Your leader at the line, Lucas Plussel, will lead it, and we're green here at Daytona. First time at high speed down the backstretch for a lot of these guys. Chris Overland takes the lead for now, but here comes Lucas Plussel on the inside. 200-mile-an-hour pace lap as they go through 3 and 4.
A little bit of 3 wide action exiting turn number 4. They're going to get it shuffled and sorted out in the back of the pack. 2 wide throughout most of the front of the pack as they cross the start-finish line for the first time. Call it Chris Overland at the line.
Chris Overland, a very good super speedway driver, Coke Series driver for, I'd say, 7, 8 plus years. Decided to kind of hang it up after a long stint in that series. He has a lot of experience, and I expect him to be up front the entire race. But for now, he goes to that bottom line. And so far, Josh, I don't know if you've been watching, but that bottom line has been the place to be long term. We'll see that high line come up and spurt and burst in spurts. But right now, that inside line has just been the place to be. We'll have to find out after 125 laps what line is the dominant one. But right now, side by side once again through 3 and 4 to complete lap 2.
Yeah, a couple of things to note here. Brett Pancari drops to the rear of the field, just wants to stay out of the action for a little while, save that vehicle up. Aaron Smith has reconnected. I see him sitting on pit road right now as we speak, so hopefully not too long before he's out on track.
Yeah, Aaron Smith going to have to be the beneficiary as he does go off and onto the access road. He will be, currently is scored 2 laps down. He will most likely go a 3rd lap down unless we have a caution. Will be the beneficiary of Lucky Dog if he decides to take that, and as long as he's not the cause of the next wreck. But right now he will be 2 laps down. Going to definitely need some help. We do have a rule in FTF. If you fall under caution and come back under green, you'll go back down to 1 lap as long as you're in before you go 10 or more laps down. So Smith definitely not out of it this early in the running. Back up to the front, Ricky Burbank all over the rear end of Plussel. First guy to step out of line, that's going to be Marin in the 048.
Yeah, and we see a lot of side-by-side action behind those first 3 rows. You see him right there, that 048 machine leading the outside line. And there's plenty of vehicles out there, so still momentum. But as you said, that inside line is still appearing to be just as dominant as we've seen it earlier in the night, with really no changes on that status quo.
And we'll have to just see how this race will be. We obviously a lot longer race than what we just had in the 50-lap C-Main. Seemed like a lot of aggression in that race. 30 guys trying to go for 10 spots. In this case, you got 41 drivers going for 1 spot, either to take the $100 or to make their way in and try to get in that 500 and win the 500 as well. So I think for now, you'll see what we see here. A lot of side-by-side racing, but almost like coordinated, calm side-by-side racing. Not a lot of aggressive moves, but you'll definitely have the exceptions. You'll have guys that are coming from the back, guys like Caden Honeycutt, Dylan Kemp, who have both been very aggressive in the races so far, gotten themselves to the front for wins. And I think we'll see that through the 125 laps, but only 5 laps in. Overland leads in 3.
You know, I'm looking at the leaderboards right now. The biggest movers so far is Kane Cook, up 29 positions. Jimmy Mullis, one of our Coke Series drivers, up 15 position, and a couple of other people who have gained a lot of positions so far in the race. But Kane Cook is going to be our biggest mover so far, up 28th in 12th currently.
You see that number 3 of Kane Cook. Right now, he's up against the outside wall by himself. 3 wide with Zwack, 3 wide with Scotty Smith. Joseph Causey in the 78 trying to get Zwack out of that 3 wide situation. That's going to be around the 14th position. And that'll allow guys like Jimmy Mullis Robert Dorman and company to pull away just a little bit. Outside line still not as organized as it needs to be to make that second lane get towards the front. But we saw in the first race that King was in that C main, very aggressive, made 0 friends, was the beneficiary of a very good push from Reese Schaefer, who did not make it. But King Cook back on the helm, trying to be as aggressive as he can to get towards the front as fast as he can.
Garrett Sidner's kind of stuck in a little bit of a sucker hole right now, just falling backwards. I mean, the inside lane's the preferred place to be. The outside lane, not too bad, but that middle lane, no man's land. I don't think you want to be there. You're just going to continue to fall back unless you have people helping you from behind. You're just going to be slow as we see a couple of people. Oh, I think that's Philip McCandless just got into somebody.
The back.
They kept it going.
Gary Sexton with the save of a lifetime. Caution is out. I would say for safety, but what an absolute save from the number 25, Gary Sexton. Has had his hands full, not only running the Tiny Techs tonight, but obviously running behind the scenes for the Podium 500 this weekend. What a save from the 25 off the 109.
I was watching it as it went down. You'll see the 109 of Philip McCandless. He'll go down and try to make it 3 wide right there as somebody comes up. I think that's the 55 machine. And that just kind of causes... It's just 2 people going for the same real estate. And then the next thing you know, that sends the 109 up into the 25. And boy.
Go on board with Sexton here. And from race control, this is the pitfalls of having someone who's watching this. Jake Poulin said, a little trigger happy, and I cannot blame him one bit. I thought we were going to have 10, 15 cars in the fence and in the infield, as we have been finally joined from the myth, the legend, Sean Butler. Sean, how you doing?
Hello. We made it.
You made it. So Jacob filled your spot. We greatly appreciate that. He had to go. And then Josh filled your spot for the 500K. Josh, you're more than welcome to stick around.
I'll hang out for a bit.
But Sean, have you been able to watch any of the action as we have leaders on the pit road?
Absolutely not. But this is going to be a very exciting race as always. Josh Stoltz stays out for some reason. But looks like going to be fuel only for all these guys. Chris Overland leads them out. Lucas Plussel behind him. Sebastian Marin behind him. And we are 3 wide off of pit road as well. So splash and go for these guys early.
So, Kevin, I want to loop back around to an earlier point. You'd mentioned that if you get disconnected at any point in time, you're allowed to back up to 1 lap down. Aaron was obviously 2 laps down. He is the lucky dog here. Does he only get 1 lap back, or will he get both laps back in this circumstance?
He will be able to double dip, per se, and he should be able to go back to the lead lap. He will be the recipient of the lucky dog, plus the 1 lap that he will get back for falling out. So we'll see if that's how Jake does it, but that should be how he is scored here.
Well, that's a huge benefit for the pole sitter. Not only will he have pit stall number 1, he should also be back up onto the lead lap.
Just have to wait and find out how how Jake calls that. As Sean mentioned, Josh Stoltz in that Action Express looking livery, the Wheeling Chevy Camaro, he stayed out. Most of the lion's share of the leaders took fuel only. Fuel strategy obviously always a factor here at the super speedways, but Josh looking to get some track position. Started 11th, will be the leader as we approach lap 10. Looks like we will go 1 to go. And Sean, you ran the duels just like I did, made our way into the 500. What do you expect to see here with this large of a field as far as how these guys are going to race?
I mean, it's just going to make the desperation factor go up that much more. I mean, especially with 1 spot essentially on the line with this race. So it's essentially winner take all with this one, or $100, I guess. But we'll have to wait and see. They have to put themselves in position first, as you know. So we got a bunch of heavy hitters in this field, former Coke winners in this field. Got a lot of personalities in this field, along with a bunch of guys that are making a name for themselves through FTF and iRacing. So, going to be a challenge to see who puts themselves in what position and when. But if you're in the top 5 at the end of this thing, Kevin, heck, even in the top 10, we've seen in previous races, it's anybody's game, especially when it comes down to those last few laps.
Well, we saw even with the clash, everyone but one driver and Ryan Naraki crashed in 3 and 4, allowing Ryan to basically do a Vince McMahon strut to the line and walk away with it. We'll just have to wait and find out. Coming to 115 to go, long way to go. Stoltz, your leader, he elected to choose the bottom line. Overland looking to recapture the lead will roll off on the top. Plessel in 3rd, Marin 4th, Cortez 5th, Zwack 6th, Mullis all the way up from 26th. He is in 7th, Quarter in 8th, Dorman 9th. McCauley will be your top 10. Pace car is off. Leader dictates the green. Green flag here at Daytona.
The black flag thing happens again with the drivers on the high side. Chris Oberlin pointing that out in the chat. That will get cleared as Oberlin is going to clear Josh Stoltz for the lead with a push from the 70 of Aaron Smith. But man, that was indeed something.
Huge warp from Robert Dorman. He had that issue last year. He's always had internet issues. Not sure what happened there. Disappeared in a huge puff of smoke, spooked about the half the field. They all checked up on that inside line. He's going to go to the back. Not sure if that was on either being yelled at by the admin staff or just making the right decision, but he will go to the back. Side by side up front. Overland went to the bottom, but here comes that top side. Here comes Marin on the outside. He goes back to the bottom. Zwack looking to attack.
Very big push there for Sebastian Marin. They are still fanning out in the back here. Well, not really in the back. I should say the mid-pack. But here comes the middle lane. 3 wide in the middle. As around the middle lane, they're trying to get even up. I see 3 cars forming a lane up there. Let's see, that's Carson Bowers there, Caden Honeycutt, Jimmy Mullis. So a bunch of Coke drivers here trying to line that middle line up, and they're looking to move up towards the front. They're making some headway through the middle there, only 3 of them.
Yeah, a handful of guys have made that inside the middle work, and Caden has been one of them. He has made his way through multiple times. Stoltz trying to get in front of him, almost goes 4 wide because of Plessel trying to sneak underneath that 43 of Stoltz. They manage to hang on for now. We had a little bit of a break between these packs. About 20 cars in the first pack, 21 in that second pack. They have closed it up. But that move jumbled up that high line. Inside line pulls away once again. And Matthew Zwack, he's been a contender in these races before. He gets the lead. Him and Marin hooked up on the bottom.
The iconic Verizon wireless machine. I'm sure Kevin loves that car, especially because he gets to be there every day. But here comes the middle again. Brandon Cattell in that 80. New make for Brandon Cattell this year. Driving the Dodge. Because he bought a Hellcat over the summer, and he loves Mopar now. We converted him, but I don't think anybody loves him right now. He's got no help. He tries to go up right in front. I think that was Philip McCandless or Carson Bowers, I believe that was. But here comes the third lane again. Jimmy Mullis, Chris Overland, and we got an all Coke driver lineup on the top side.
And Josh, we talked about it a little bit earlier. A lot of jostling for position already. Stoltz has been kicked back outside the top 10. He will have no help, but here comes that outside line of Coke driver field. All in that little bunch there. You got Overland, who's a former Coke Series driver. Mullis goes to the bottom.
It's getting real dicey up here as they go side by side, beating, banging off each other's bumpers. We've seen a couple of people already make contact throughout this restart, but they're able to keep it going forward and straight. But that outside line, I mean, it's dying right now with all these maneuvers back and forth. People are dumping it quicker than I think I've seen all day.
Well, I think that was mainly because of Vincent Cortez earlier in that 40 car just ahead of the 3 wide here. He saw Overland, Mullis, and Cattell starting to get the high line working, and he couldn't decide if he wanted to go up there or not. He kind of pseudo-blocked them and kind of ruined all their momentum. So they're trying to build it up here as Overland makes another run at it. Kane Cook behind him. in the 73 car. I can't tell if that's a 3 or 13 or whatever.
It's supposed to be a 3, but it definitely does not say 3. There is a 3 on it, but I believe he needs to update that if he makes the race tomorrow. But nonetheless, this outside line, and I think we've all witnessed it in real life. If as Overland, just way too high in the tri-oval. Goes to the third lane. He's in the fence. But when these guys get 2 and 3 wide, everyone on that inside line is just jumping for joy. We see it in real life racing when the high line side drafts the middle lane. It just slows down both sides, and it allows that inside line to kind of pull away. Trying to get a little bit organized now. You mentioned Cortez, Sean. He's been trying to get in front of these guys a handful of times. He is loose in front of the field. We saw that in the Broad Clash. Guys with clean air, tires get a little bit hotter, allows these tires to get almost to the point where they start to overheat. We saw these guys get a little bit loose in the Brook Clash. Did not see it in the duels or in the DNC main. Might see it here in the tiny text. 101 degree track temp right now. Currently 12:45 in the afternoon in the sim.
There it is. Zach's favorite thing to do is put the weather up there. Not as hot as we've seen, obviously. We've had track temps as high as the 150s before in previous sessions, so we got to see how that's going to affect this outcome. And more drivers electing to go to the outside. Corbin McCauley in that 17, the 117. He's going to ditch the other 17 ahead of him, Ethan Quarter. So we got the 017 and Quarter, the 117 and Corbin side by side, and they are stacking up behind them. I see a couple guys trying to think about going outside. Caden Honeycutt was one of those guys, but there's just nowhere to go if you go out and there's no help behind you. So you got to make your moves and make them intelligently. But right now it looks like we're just down to 2 lines with that outside. Corbin McCauley making up a lot of ground. He's challenging for the lead on Zwack.
Sure, Zach loves having to deal with multiple 17s on the track. That's not confusing at all, not only for him but for the staff. But nonetheless, that outside line, which has been struggling for the most part so far in the running, only 17 laps in. That's funny enough, 17 going for the 17 lap. As Cortez, he has been making moves in that 40 car, goes to the top to get in front of Kane and Caden to get the big push. He goes to the bottom and takes the lead right in front of Zwack. New leader at the line. Vincent Cortez will lead that lap. Big moves, and it's working out for that 40.
He's in the safest spot right now in the field, so we'll see how long they will follow him. Zwack is a very patient guy, so we might stay behind him for a bit. And Kane Cook is not being very patient right now. He's had enough of Corbin McCauley, and he's going to dump the 17. I should say the 117. He's going to get pushed by another 17 in Caden Honeycutt. Well, it's a 170, but the 17 is prominent on that car, so it's the 3-car tandem, I guess, of Caden Honeycutt, Kane Cook, and Carson Bowers up there. Trying to make some headway. So if anyone can make up some ground, it's these 2 guys leading the top side as they pull up right alongside of Lucas Plussel there. That's for 5th.
Yeah, Caden was very aggressive, not only in the D main, but in the C main with Kane. I fully expect these 2, once they get up here, not to relinquish any track position. They've been very aggressive all night long. I expect guys like Dylan Kem, who won the C main by a mere 1,000th of a second. I expect to see him up front. Carson Bowers was also up front a lot in the C main, and Cream rising to the top. Here comes Kane Cook. Here comes Caden Honeycutt. Big shove down the backstretch, battling for 3rd. That's Marin on the bottom, trying to get to 2nd. That's Zwack on the inside.
Zwack is a victim of the side draft right here, so he's hanging in strong down there in the bottom. But Kane Cook is, I think he might be just making his, breakaway from the side draft a little too strong, as he's running the risk of getting hooked by Caden Honeycutt up there. But so far, working out for these guys as they're going to make their way into 1. Kane Cook trying to contend for the lead, but Zwack not letting them get there.
Couple of small things to know. Aaron Smith only got 1 of his lap back, not both of them, and Josh Stoltz had dropped to the rear of the field, almost caused an incident on his way going back, but that all got sorted. So we still see them side by side. We see one person going down the middle. I think that's Philip McCandless in the 109.
Philip loves these big events. He's very good at not only making them, but winning them. Obviously the winner of the Yankee 600, hosted by his brother and Blake McCandless. I think Sean remembers that race very vividly, what happened with that. But Phil always does a good job. Ran a lot of the season last year.
Goodness, you see that, Kevin? Contact with Phillip almost right there.
Yeah, almost neck code between him and the 50. Is that the 66? Who is that? That's Jackson Carr in the 55. That number looks much like a 66. That's weird.
Like the Matt Rolfe sixes there on that car. So there you see it. Well, Lucas is kind of blocking it right now. But
you can kind of see it like peeking out the side.
I don't know. Justin, if he could see that and he was admitting, he'd be having a conniption right now. But we will cross that bridge when we get to it, if and when we get to it. But still right now, Josh, that high side has not been able to make up a lot of ground. And Kane Cook and Caden Honeycutt might need to go to plan B here to try to get up to the lead.
Yeah, they're not making any ground up right now. They're locked bumpers. They're trying everything. I think they've thrown the entire book at it. They seem to not be able to get it going. But as we see, the 42, I think, just made contact with the inside line. They're now trying side drafting throughout the corners. Going to get a little bit more grow. Wow, they are really tight racing through 1 and 2. I think they're trying their hardest to get those two cars out in front ASAP.
We saw a little bit of an organization in that middle line. Philip McCandless looking to surge to the front, actually put Mullis on that third lane, lost a handful of spots. Jackson Carr now the victim of that same move from Mullis, so putting Mullis back on that second lane. He's actually looking to go in back into the third lane. Behind them, side by side, 3 wide. That'll be around the 12th, make that 13th position. Still at the front, Vincent Cortez, but a long way to go. And I expect, guys, with these guys that made stops around lap 9, I'd say they will pit in around 35 laps after that, so around 46. But one guy that's going to have to pit on his own at this point, Josh Stoltz, he does not want this to go green. He will be by himself as Lucas Puzzle warps big on that inside line. He keeps it going.
Oh,
but
man.
Something to consider.
Philip McCandless is just side drafting the heck out of Jimmy Mullis down the back straightaway. He doesn't want to give up that middle lane. It looks like he's going to maybe pull ahead. He's got Carson Bowers ahead of him, kind of holding him up, and he gets side drafted. And oh, man, if that 78 of Joseph Causey was an inch further ahead, he would have turned Carson Bowers. So that'll send Philip a little bit further back. But I was kind of thinking about this the last lap. I think we can attest the inability of the high side to overtake the inside to Matthew's whack. As you can see right there at the front, he's not all that close to Vincent Cortez because they're not being challenged really. He's doing a great job of keeping that engine cool and pushing when he needs to. And that's really allowed that bottom lane to stay alive, so to speak, as the top side, as I say that, going to make another run. So we'll see Zwack try to close up on the back of the 40 and try to push him out even further and thwart that effort from the high side again.
Yeah, as we see this pack go side by side out of turn number 4, there's a growing discomfort, I feel like, around the 18th, 19th position of cars that are just starting to drop back. They're seeing all these crazy maneuvers that are happening and slowly starting to kind of fall back. Lots of people not wanting to commit to these aggressive moves early on. Only lap 26 right now. We've got 100 laps to go. I mean, Kevin, is this the time to make these kind of moves?
I mean, we even see that in NASCAR. You'll have the 10, 15, 20 guys who just want to lead every lap. And then you'll have, I used to call it like the Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte strategy when they would go to Talladega. And you wouldn't see Dale Jarrett at the front until it was go time with about 15 to go. And I think, and you can kind of see it, there's only about 6 or 7 cars on that high line that are right up against the lead pack that have consistently been there. And then you go back about 20th, you got a handful of guys side by side. For the most part, it is single file. And as soon as I say that, here comes about 4 or 5 guys to join that top line. But we've seen so far, it's been a lot of aggression, and they haven't really been able to go anywhere with it. You got these guys like Philip McCandless and Jimmy Mullis going 3 wide. All it does is hurt that top side. I'm sure if you're Caden and you're Kane, you're trying to get by this inside line, then you can start racing.
This is a testament to that inside lane there, how strong they are. There are 3 Coke drivers and 1 former Coke driver up there in Kane Cook. They cannot get... Oh, if we have trouble in the back.
Tyler Williams, what a save. Oh, they're still trying to wreck.
Oh, Jamie Price
down to the inside. No caution yet. Richie Price does his best Ken Schrader impression, misses the cone. No caution. He will try to blend back in. Not sure where Tyler Williams is. He is he is still spinning in the grass. No caution, though. Off track, no one spun. That could have been a lot worse.
That's got to go in the video for Jamie. Definitely. I'd be surprised if it's not there. Australia will not like that. Two of the Aussie entrances into this race, Tyler Williams and Jamie Price, both getting together. That's you don't like to see that. Hopefully we can get a caution and those guys can get caught back up. But back up to the front of the field here, it is still a 3-car show in the bottom. Cortez, Zwack, and Marin doing a heck of a job.
Is this not the weirdest pack you've ever seen in your entire life?
It is a
1 wide, 2 wide, and 3 wide.
It is definitely odd for this one.
I've seen some weird pack formations, but this just looks like a kindergarten class out on the playground right now. There's no organization to it. It's just, I don't understand. They're getting it sorted. I know a couple of drivers have a little bit of a angst for Philip McCandless right now. He's making aggressive maneuvers. I know a couple of times his name's been called out, but that's kind of what you got to do if you want to get to the front. You got to make these moves. You don't bide your time. Get up there, make a big showing of it, especially when only one car advances. This is getting nuts, Kevin.
Yeah, Sexton and Carr got into it just a little bit, and we saw in the C main that turn 4, particularly the exit of turn 4, has been calamity corner. Either people getting really tight, washing up, or seemingly losing it as Carr gets into the fence right in front of Bowers. And once again, this outside line, I think it is and always will be the preferred lane if you just have the right group of guys, as DK, you get the right people. But right now, it's just not organized. King Cook warps out for just a second, and the more these guys go 2 and 3 wide, as they go 3 wide once again, Carr has been on the outside. He has just had the raw end of the deal multiple times with these Coke Series drivers underneath him. But every time they go 3 wide, that just pulls that back lane a little bit. And if you're Vincent Cortez, if you're Matthew Zwack, if you're Marin, you love every second of it.
Oh, and Chris Overland just pushed Brandon Cattell out into the 4th car in line on the top, but he couldn't quite make it through the vacuum there, the 3 wide. So he's going to get stuck back there, and he's going to have to fall in to 16th there behind the 073 of Logan Slavoski. So Overland tried to make it 5 Coke drivers or former Coke drivers up there to try to thwart the efforts of Cortez, Zwack, and Marin. But again, look at these guys go as Brandon Cattell dives to the inside of Jimmy Mullis there in that 80 car, the Dodge. Again, no help in the middle there. Slavoski looking to the middle. He might close up to Cattell, but now Kane Cook has to make a decision on which lane he goes to, and it's obvious he's going to take the lane with more help in the middle. As look at this move by Caden Honeycutt to the inside. He said, I'm tired of pushing. Kane, you could push me. As now Caden Honeycutt to the lead in that middle groove.
Oh my goodness, and there is still shuffling as we got one car into the outside wall. Oh, they're wrecking.
Trouble in the back. That is Scotty Smith.
Logan Slavoski.
Corey Cook in the 61, still plowing in. That could have been a lot worse. Trouble in turn 2. We will be under caution on lap 32. And if you're Josh Stoltz, you love every second of this. You needed that caution. You were about to have to pit.
If you're Tyler Williams and if you're Jamie Ritchie Price, you like this caution as well. So let's see if we can get a replay here of our astute production team. And by team, I mean Zach. So let's see that green thing. When it was weird. This wreck should have happened up at the front, but was that Corey Cook? He just slid up into the wall, and then just couldn't really corral it, and then he nowhere to go. But into Scotty Smith, and that was really it. I thought this wreck was going to be humongous. There you see Logan Slavoski in the all black 73, and he just got hooked. He just hooks the 23. And that was it. So I don't know. He probably was paying attention to all the guys hitting the wall up ahead of them. But Jake Poole in the race control chat said, racing deal, no fault, whole high line hit the wall with 3 question marks after it. So that was a bizarre one for sure.
Yeah, I was actually wanted to point that out here. Look at Caden Honeycutt. He slides up in front of that outside lane.
Hit the wall.
And all 3 of them went into the outside wall like there was something on the track. That just shows you that arrow effect, how it can make all those cars get real tight. And man,
it makes you wonder if these guys are getting tight with how aggressive the setup is. I mean, like I talked to a very prominent Coke Series setup builder, and he obviously didn't give me all the secrets, but he said that this setup is very trimmed out for speed. but it does trend towards the tight side. And I'm wondering if, with it being around 100-degree track temp, it was a lot cooler for the duels. It was around 80 degrees track temp because we were racing at night. If these guys are experiencing a pretty tight condition, Caden Honeycutt did the same thing in turn 3, washed up all the way up to the fence, did the same thing in turn 1. I think that was the trigger of the caution. Pit stops, Chris Overland misses his box. Everyone here for 4 tires, I would assume, and fuel.
That's highly prominent setup builder wouldn't happen to have the same name as a popular hand tool, would he?
DeWalt?
Sure, let's go with that. But numerous people overshoot their pit stalls, so I was surprised Lucas Plussel was another one of them, so he's going to lose some spots. But the big 3 at the front here will maintain their position. Sebastian Marin will win the race off pit road. Vincent Cortez is in second, and Matthew Zwack third. And these guys, these 3, like I said, I could probably attest this to Zwack, keeping that engine cool and thwarting the run of really all 5 or 6 Coke drivers or former Coke drivers they had to contend with up there. So very good job by Zwack. And one thing I was curious to see, Kevin, you mentioned earlier about the strategy of just lagging in the back and just being there at the end. Our C-Main winner, Dylan Kim, is just coming off a pit road now. He's sitting back there in 35th. He's been there pretty much the entirety of the race. If you're watching a stream right now, you're probably sleeping. But he's going to be there at the end of this race for sure. I'm sure that's the plan for him. He's a very calculated driver when it comes to these big super speedway events. Prominent Moon Car, as we all know, has a bunch of wins in there. So don't be surprised to see that number 9 Chevrolet up at the end, up there at the front of the end of this race and in contention for this thing. Have we had somebody come from one of the mains and then we have, right? Someone's won the Tiny Techs from a main. Has that happened or no?
So the closest person that I can think of off the top of my head was I don't know if
wasn't it Kenny or Max Brady almost did it.
Yeah, I don't remember if they came from the D main. I believe that we have had a winner from the C main, but not from the D main. And if Dylan does that, I think he would be the first. The closest one we had last year was Cole Freilich. He came from the D main and was in contention for the win, but I'd have to fact check that. I'm sure someone with a lot of time on their hands will figure that out. We are 1 to go, and so far, hearing some reports from race control, high tire wear, high give up on those tires already, and they made about 25 laps, so definitely going to be a factor, especially if you're on that high line. We'll have to see how that plays out, and I believe that's why we saw Josh Caden just went right up into the fence.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that. And one thing that's kind of even more interesting is our leader right now, Sebastian Marin. He did not get 4 tires there. So how is that going to affect his race there? I mean, he too. Yeah, it's probably right side tires. Whether that's going to help his situation or hurt his situation was yet to be seen. But is really the track wearing out?
Really quick, Kevin, another one that took 2 tires, Philip McCandless. So that's that's something we're going to pay attention to here. But pace car is off. We're getting ready to go back to green here. Marin and Cortez are going to lead him down.
Sebastian Marin on that inside line, going to lead him off with we assume 2 right side tires. Outside line already trying to make moves. That is, if you're surprised by it, you shouldn't be. Caden Honeycutt trying to go 3 wide around the outside of Kazi. He goes back again to that very high side, nearly scrapes. Oh, he's trying to do the crossover.
Why?
Oh, they're making contact. Plussel is around. Mullis barely gets around. Honeycutt involved, Cattell is involved, multiple drivers through the grass, through the apron, as that could have been a lot worse, but trouble early on the inside line. Caden tried to go 3 middle, and that did not work out for that 17.
That is impatience on the part of Caden Honeycutt there. Wanted to get around, and just there was nowhere to go. We're getting blocked. I mean, I don't know, man. That is way early. You see Cattell right there in the number 80 Dodge. He's sitting on pit road, so that is unnecessary in my opinion. We'll see if we can cook another replay up here to see if we can figure out what
Replay
happened.
here eventually.
I think we all know what happened for this one.
Looks
so
like, I mean, as much as I want to blame Caden for being aggressive, we'll get a better viewpoint, but you can kind of see it there. It looks like Kazi blocks the line a little bit, doesn't make it work, and him and Caden just cannot separate through the rest of the corner, and that just triggers it down the back. Lucas just minding his own business, just gets clipped. Hopefully doesn't get a lot of damage from this. Man, that could have been a lot worse. Cattell involved. 31 car. That is David Cabrera. He was also involved in that as these guys go towards the inside wall. We'll get another viewpoint here from the top.
It's a better view. So there was
right there.
More contact off of 2. And that just sparked the whole thing.
What is Caden Honeycutt doing right now?
Caden is lag switching race control, so hopefully that was not on purpose.
What is Caden Honeycutt doing right now? If we get a live shot of the 170, he is driving backwards down pit road, trying to get into his stall. I think he's missing a left rear tire.
He might have a broken toe link. This is the signs of that. Slavosky has retired from that. He is done for the day. Cattell a lap down. Honeycutt also a lap down.
Interesting.
That took out a lot of guys.
Causey was given an EOL penalty for that.
All right. We'll let these guys reset, and so will we. We will go to commercial. We'll be back in a couple minutes. You guys are with FTF.GG. Don't go away. Back here at the Daytona International Speedway, here with Sean Butler and Josh Mendoza. I am Kevin McAdams. If you just now tuned in, a bunch of contenders not in the race contention anymore. Caden Honeycutt, Brandon Cattell, and Logan Slavosky have all incurred multiple minutes of damage. Slavosky is done for the day. Honeycutt and Cattell trying to get it repaired. We're going to be coming to lap 40 here. And Sean, a lot of carnage on that last caution.
Absolutely, and one of the cars involved, the car you see on your screen, Brandon Cattell, looks like he got his damage fixed, though he had to tow, so I think he was able to stay on the lead lap. No, he's a lap down, so Brandon Cattell has an uphill climb for him for this race. He's one lap down, being shown all the way back in the 38th position, but Kevin, it's a long way to go here. There's still plenty of action to be had tonight, and we're going back racing here on lap 40.
Coming to the green, Sebastian Marin has elected to choose the top and will do just that. Try to make this outside line work for the first time all night. decides to go to the bottom going into turn 1. Vincent Cortez, who has done a fantastic job to make his way to the front and stay there. He will lead this outside line. Liam Sheen from C-Main, he will push him through 1 and 2.
Little bit of a dropout for that outside line. Only 4 cars now out there as we see people dropping and bailing out, even on the inside line, wanting to go backwards. Interesting strategy there to restart on that outside, drop in onto the front row, right on that inside line, right on the restart. A little bit of a gamemanship there.
Trouble for the 46 once again. Robert Dorman still having internet issues. He has been asked by race control to fall to the back. He will do just that at the line. Sebastian Marin, we saw there, Sean, he took 2 tires. We still haven't found out which he took, but we know tire wear has been a ongoing conversation all speed weeks. We'll see how he is, but right now he's leading that inside line. Here comes Cortez on the top.
And if I had to guess, it would obviously be right sides, right? I mean, I don't think we would take left side tires or anything at this position, so we'll see how they work. But there you see Cortez, the big 3. I've been calling them Marin, Cortez, and Zwack up there at the front. And Zwack, like I've talked about pretty much since I've got in here, his ability to keep the bottom up front. You know, you just saw him shove Sebastian out front there, get him clear. It seems that no matter what effort the high side makes, Zwack is there to counter it. And speaking of high side, how about Jamie Ritchie Price in that 009 there? We saw him. He's the 4th car in line on the top right there, and then Marcus Ambrose kind of throwback. We saw him crashing through the grass earlier about 10 laps ago, and here he is back in the top 10. So what a great drive back up at the front for him. Still a long way to go, but good to see Jamie up here running at the front again.
We see 1 car go 1 lap down on the inside line. That looks like that is the 23 machine of Scotty Smith. He goes down 1 lap. Aaron Smith back up on the lead lap, and we see a little bit of a little gamemanship going down that inside line, 40 and 44.
Outside line finally making it work for the first time, I'd say in about 20 laps. But as soon as we have trouble in the back, caution is out. Not sure why. It is Scotty Smith by himself.
That's a caution?
That, yes. So we'll get a replay
oh my
of
goodness.
it. But he was trying to avoid the field, went to the apron. And I'm personally not a fan of this strategy because of this. He spins right in front of Corey Cook and Robert Dorman, and that is deemed a safety caution by race control, just so those guys can safely slow down for it. So you get a replay here, clips the apron, no banking down there, clips the transition and spins right in front of Corey Cook and Robert Dorman. No caution otherwise, but with those guys being there, you have to throw it for them.
I want to see what Cook and Dorman saw in that thing. That I hate to bring this up because he's making his return to FTF this year, but that reminded me of what Derek Justice did in the Coke race at Atlanta. I think it was 2 years ago, just trying to get out of everybody's way and just got really tight on the apron, then kind of hit the transition onto the track, and then the rear end just came out. So if you're not careful in these cars, that will happen. As we got these big diffusers in the back of these things, they will scrape the track easily. So there's your call, Kevin. Jake Poole in race control says safety on 23, so that is why the caution came out. We should see pit road busy here, so a lot of guys maybe not taking tires, but definitely going to top off.
Cortez, Sheen, Marin, Zwack, Shearer, many guys deciding to do just that. Pit window, I'd say between 34 and 36 laps with this. I can't math. It looks like it's about 72 to go. So, you know, got to think about making this on one more stop, and I believe that's why everyone's coming in for fuel here, Josh.
Yeah, everyone comes in for fuel, and Brandon Cattell will be our lucky dog. He'll get his lap back, moving everyone back up. And I think a couple of people are taking more than just fuel or getting damaged fixed. Nah, it's mostly fuel. Not really anyone else out there who took any more than just fuel. And to answer your question, yes, it was 2 tires on the right-hand side of that vehicle for Marin.
Robert Dorman has just disconnected.
Why?
His internet was acted up. So
I wonder if he's utilizing the ability to return and come back and maybe get his lap back. We'll see here. Normally, if it's voluntary, you don't get it back, but we'll have to see if he comes back. That would be a tough break early for Dorman, especially if we just threw a caution for him, but we'll just have to wait and see. maybe James Pike, who is currently Dorman spotter, can shed some insight. Normally, the investigative journalism prowess that is
here it is.
That is James, and yes, it looks like he did clear it with Jake to get it fixed, which is he's been having internet issues, so he will get back on the lead lap as soon as he can. A couple guys still on the pits. Caden Honeycutt still looking to get repairs. He's currently a whopping 7 laps down in that 170.
One of the notable people who got 4 tires there was the 461 of Jimmy Mullis. Got 4 tires, currently running P20. And there's a couple of other people throughout the field. You got Jamie Ritchie Price, Edward Shearer Jr. that I also believe got 4 tires, but pretty much everyone else fuel only.
Every time I see that guy's name, I want to say Ed Sheeran, but I don't think he would like me to say that. So try to avoid that. We did have one person who stayed out. It is the 49 of Art Reimer, and Art's been very adamant that he wanted to get a lap in, good enough to make the tiny techs, and sure enough, he did just that. He is going to be leading us to the green here, Sean.
And how about Art? I mean, back in when Bottom Split did this, me, Blake McCandless, and Jordan Worth, we had a thing where we would see who made the most pit stops in a race, and I don't think the leader has ever made the most pit stops until now. Art Reimer has made the most pit stops of anybody so far, so he's up there at the front, so look at him taking advantage of this. But Kevin, I think the 4 tires are going to reign supreme right now, so we haven't really seen just how effective the 2 tires are yet. I don't think they're going to be all that much of an advantage, but we'll see. I mean, for short runs maybe, but definitely for long runs, which I hope we're about to have and get some strategy coming into this thing, it's definitely going to show dividends. But right now it's going to be Reimer, Sheen, Cortez, Zwack, and Marin, your top 5, and we'll go ahead and try this again.
By the way, if you're asking how many times Art Reimer has already pitted, 6 times
6
in that 49, and he will lead us off in that Toyota Camry. Green flag is out for Art, trying to get that inside line once again to take off. Here comes Liam Sheen. Zwack, who was on that inside line for about last 30 laps, he will try to get back up front. He's going to give Sheen a push into 1.
One of the people I'm tracking, Caden Honeycutt, 7 laps down, back on track. This is going to be interesting to see what he can do. Maybe he's going to try and get some lap back the hard way. Reimer dropping down below.
That is not a popular move right now.
Oh, this is going to get tight. Is he going to do the same thing that Scotty did? He is. Oh, he's pushing up. Keeps it down. Drivers do not like that. Yeah, Liam. Oh, he's doing it. Oh, no! Into Smith. Into Cattell. Corey Cook involved. Art Reimer stuck on the apron after starting in the lead. Goes to the bottom and takes out the back markers on the field. That is, that's not good.
That is.
You hate to see that.
Cattell just got his lap back.
Oh, my goodness. Art Reimer, who started in the lead, does exactly what Scotty Smith did. I'd say about 1,000 feet later, clips Aaron Smith. And Aaron Smith, I think, is, for the most part, fine. But Brandon Cattell also involved. Corey Cook, he has just had no luck so far today. He gets involved in that one. And you see Art, he's just kind of minding his own business as much as he can and clips the apron, and that's all she wrote.
The exact same spot as Scotty Smith, I pretty much. So that is, I don't know. The drivers, like you said, Kevin, are not very happy with Art right now. I don't understand why stay out and get the lead if you're just going to drop all the way to the back. I don't understand.
I mean, leading a lap, maybe, but that doesn't really do anything for you here in this situation unless you get points for the overall FTF Cup Series Championship for leading a lap. Other than that, I don't want to dog too much on Art here. He clearly is not happy with himself. He's a little disappointed in himself, and those sort of things happen, but that's frustrating for everyone involved.
Would love to get clarification, because as far as I'm concerned, this race is treated very similarly to a lights race, which are normally run on Mondays after the main event for FTF, and laps led do count towards your total. 5 points for leading a lap, 5 points for leading the most laps, and it gets a little bit more complex after that. So possibly in Art trying to lead some laps, but at the same time, he definitely had ample opportunity to get a lap led and then pit, but that's truly unfortunate. But back at the front, Liam Sheen and Matthew Zwack, very okay with that situation. They are now 1-2, and Justin is in the booth.
Well, I want to say hi to Justin. Hey, Justin.
Hi.
All right, we'll let you get back down to Jake. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thanks.
That's Justin Walillo. He's having a good time.
Let's go on board with Justin. I don't even know where he is in this whole shindig. He's last on the lead lap. He was
31.
Yeah.
Now, Kevin, I guess just a clarification on what Art did. So, if you want to do what Art did, but safely, would you be able to say request an EOL under caution?
No, I don't think that we would assign that. I think at that point you would have to safely get to the back, because you can't. I feel like that's a little exploitative. Personally, Jake Poulin in the chat, who is overseeing the event, he says no bonus points, I think. And then tomorrow, there's a little bit different provision for the 500. $1 for each lap led under green. So a lot of money to be made tomorrow. If we stay green for all 200 laps, that's $200. If we have less than that, we have less than that. But plenty of money to be made tomorrow. Plenty of money to be made tonight. $100 to the winner if they decide to keep it, and then $55, and then down from there.
Actually, I do have a question for Justin, really quick. Justin, I actually do have a question for you this time. So the chat wants to know what is on your whiteboard this time, if anything.
I didn't turn on my camera, did I? Well, I guess you guys are just gonna have to wonder that, aren't you?
I guess so.
Wow.
So are you going to cook something up before the end of the race for us?
No, because I'm probably not going to turn my camera on. All it says on there right now is that I've made the Winstel 400, I've made the UFL 500, I'm in the LCQ for the Podium 500, and I'm in the Tiny Tex for this race. So far my Daytona races have been all right.
Well, that's good to hear, Justin. Well, thank you very much. It's understandable that you don't want to turn your camera on, but we'll just bring you up randomly whenever, again, just to bug you throughout. Thank you very much again.
Yeah, no problem.
Kevin?
I think it's a conspiracy that I don't think he's driving his car this time.
Wow.
No camera?
Just because his camera's not on?
Justin is plenty capable at the play tracks. If he was leading at Auto Club, then I would say you might have a case. Ricky Burbank, by the way, 9 laps down. He's still in the pits. He's all done for the day for all intents and purposes. Pace car is off. Liam Sheen will lead us to the green with Zwack on the inside. Green flag is out with Kane Cook on the outside.
What a start for Sheen there. Gets about a car length lead over Kane Cook, but he's going to have to back up to him. More drivers shuffling up to the high side, and Sheen goes down to the bottom, and now that's going to leave the top again for Kane Cook. So we'll see how Kane is able to work this top side. He's got the 048 of Sebastian Marin behind him. And this front of the field, Josh, is going to look a lot different at the end of this race. But right now, it's been the normal names so far keeping it up here.
Yeah, it has been the normal names, except for a few, some who have gotten involved in early incidents and some who have chosen to drop to the back. That will change, though, as cars start to go forward. We got a couple of people who are trying to push from behind really quickly. Still, that inside line, it's just appearing to be so much more dominant than the outside line. Only been able to really see one major pass for the lead so far from that outside line, Kevin.
Liam Sheen will lead that inside line to complete lap 50. King Cook leading that top side. Marin doing his best to push. And excuse me if you've said this or seen this before, Jackson Carr put 3 wide, nearly hits the wall in 1 and 2. He has just been put in precarious situations all night long on that outside line, doing everything he can to help everyone get past this very dominant inside line so far. Marin shoving King Cook through the backstretch trying to get alongside of Gary Sexton. He's also got that Eagles Ford Mustang rolling on that inside. He's currently in fourth.
Go Eagles.
You're an expert on these races too. You see what Kane Cook is doing off of these corners. He tries to kind of like side draft the inside line on exit and then kind of like jut his car further outside to break it. Is that slowing him down, do you think? It doesn't seem like it's been helping him every time.
Yeah, I tried to do something similar in my duel, and it didn't seem to work as well as I thought it would. As Kane disappears again, that's going to be trouble. He's in the middle. He's inside his car. Oh, big checkup. Huge checkup. Cortez has to lay off a little bit. And any momentum they had is gone. Kane goes to the inside. Gary just has nowhere to run in that middle lane. No help. He's going to try to go to the bottom. Cabrera. No, that's Williams.
That sucks. That's the 25 machine. He's dropping through the center. He's the biggest loser there. Somehow Kane managed to get out of that unscathed, Kevin.
Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. That was unfortunate. I'm sure Race Control and Jake Poulin will have to keep an eye on that 3 the same way he was keeping an eye on Dorman. But we stay green. And kind of go back to your point, Sean, the best guy I saw that side drafted, at least in my race, was Parker White and Malik. Malik would do it pretty much as often as he could, knowing that the inside gets pushed back or pulled back more than the outside line ever could, and it seemed like that would help. That outside line, if they just stayed low the entire time. Nate Stewart also did a very good job when I was paired up with him and made that outside line do a very good job. Now, we don't know how it is as far as with the balance of the car being a little bit tighter, if that's a hindrance to that top. We'll have to wait and find out. Oh, is that Cattell? Cattell tried to go 3 wide on Cortez, and once again, Jackson Carr stuck on the outside.
Cattell back on the lead lap, so he's doing exactly what he was doing when he was getting wrecked a couple times. He's got his buddy Chris Overland behind him, and look at this. Look who's sneaking in behind Overland here. We won't see it because we're on the roof cam now, but our buddy Justin there he is. Justin Malilla was right there. So he's kind of crept his way up here. He's probably in the worst spot to be in right now, in the middle there. He's got Philip McCandless behind him, and that middle lane is checking up again. So now Justin's got a decision. Does he follow Overland to the top? Does he stay with Cattell in the middle? And I don't even think he's sure yet, but there you see Overland working his way around the outside of Cattell, and now the high side's checking up. Everywhere Overland goes is slowing down.
And I'm looking right now, thinking about that 80 machine was 1 lap down, involved in 2 incidents, and the 47 also involved in that last incident. Somehow, someway, already battling up in this lead pack.
Anyone can make it happen with a damaged car. It's Overland and Cattell. They have so much experience between the two of them, and I'm sure they will work together this entire race, especially knowing that they're a little bit handicapped with their damage. You know, you got to lean on the guys around you with this plate racing, and I'm sure they will do just that. Contact out of turn 4. They will hang on to it for now. I believe that was the 17. Is that Quarter or is that McCauley?
That was McCauley.
McCauley on the inside.
Got very loose off of 4. Not the only time we've seen him do that for that. But he's going to go right back to the middle, and Cattell just going to go right on with him. And these two guys are a big dynamic duo. Again, both former Coke drivers. Both have numerous, maybe hundreds of starts in the Coke series. And between the two of them, 1 win. You love to see it.
You know, they are unfazed, almost wrecking out of turn 4, back in 3 wide, turn 1. They cannot be stopped. They cannot be persuaded out of going 3 wide here. They're just going to keep rolling until they are at the front of the pack. That's impressive to see. I mean, boy, that's...
not clear,
himself.
Chris. Not clear. Through the grass goes Overland. Tries to merge back into the field. Has a little bit of a gap behind him. He will stay on the apron.
What a save.
That could have been a lot worse for that 047 Menards Ford. He will live to race another day. Oh, my gosh. As soon as I was going to say, this high line has made a little bit of progress. Vincent Cortez got in front of Mullis 2 laps ago, jumped from the bottom out of, I'd say, 5th in line, and they started to make some headway. As soon as I say that, chaos behind them kills their momentum. Kazi and McCauley almost get into it. Cattell still on the very top side trying to make stuff work. If you're Liam Sheen, you are loving this.
If you're a Coke driver, are you concerned with seeing that the Coke guys just can't make any headway on the top? Am I the only one who's seeing that? Because this whole time, they had up to 5 of them lined up there, and they cannot get around whatever car Matthew Zwack is pushing. So I'm not sure if that's a testament to Zwack being an excellent pusher. It probably is, but these Coke drivers up here, Mullis being one of them, second car in the top lane, they have not been able to get up side by side to the leader.
Yeah, we see a little bit of 3-wide action behind them. The 78 machine seems to be falling back. Kane Cook getting connected up to them, and now it's 3-wide for 2 rows. Strong push from behind. That's going to get into Gary Sexton in that outside lane with Cattell on the outside. Not really going to be able to go far. 78 machine drops down low, and as soon as that 3-wide action began, it's now over. 2 lanes going to the start-finish line.
Just want to mention, after that Chris Overland incident, we have a huge gap from 19th 18th back to 19th. Tyler J. Williams, the caboose in this first 18-car pack, leading that second pack, I'd say about a second and a half so. Yeah, about 2 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds back. Dorman trying to push Philip McCandless. So these guys in this second pack need to get in order. And as soon as I say that, back to disorderly conduct here on the front. 3 wide for position again. And once again, this outside line just does not stay organized. Mullis doing everything he can to pull the second lane, and every time they get organized, 3 or 4 cars get in the line and challenge that inside group of Zwack and Sheen and company. They just go 3 wide and just kill their momentum once again.
Well, Cattell finally gets out of the middle, and as I say that, he goes right back to it. Now goes right back to the bottom. He is not hesitant to go to the middle. If he sees another driver go up there, he will. Oh my goodness, Carson Bowers all over the back of Jimmy Mullis. That's going to slide them back. Here comes the 48 of Sebastian Marin. Pokes his nose to the top. Cattell slides up ahead of Mullis. And now we got a tandem on the backstretch. Former Coke driver, current Coke driver. As let's see what Mullis and Cattell could do, but this is the first big challenge we've seen for the lead in a while, and it looks like Sebastian Marin, with the help of Vincent Cortez, is going to take.
Oh!
How in the world did Sebastian Marin save? He kept the lead too.
No left side tires, no problem for Marin as he got sideways out of 4 there, Josh.
That wasn't a pass for the lead. That was a slide for the lead. That was incredible. I just can't believe that he was able to keep that together. That was a strong push out of turn number 4. And, yeah, call it Marin, the leader right now. That's impressive.
Does that count as a slide job for the lead at Daytona, going to the bottom? I don't
think that's how you're supposed to execute it, but
reverse slide job.
You know, as soon as that high line got any momentum, Cortez shot right to the bottom. I was going to say Nexus 1-2, but that did not last for long. Cortez shoots to the bottom with his teammate and Marin out of 4. Here comes Brandon Cattell from wrecked to the front. Here comes Mullis to spoil the party for him to lead that lap at the line. Give it to Mullis by 12 thousandths of a second.
I'm surprised. Cattell had significant damage to that car, but the way this damage model is for the cars now, if you fix it all the way, it's almost brand new. You're a little slower, but it's not very noticeable, especially when you have someone pushing you like Cattell does. I can't really tell if he's still got lingering front end damage. It's probably the case as the high side is slowing down a little bit, but Jimmy Mullis finally gets that 46 out in front there. Coke Series driver trying to do some R&D before the big show this coming Tuesday. But good to see Jimmy out front here as he's trying to make his way into the FTF 500, but Cattell trying his best to make that top side work.
I'm wondering if that front end damage is slowing him when he's the leader out in front of the line, because it seems like as soon as he got out in front of the line, he just started to drive a little bit slower than the other cars. So maybe he's a better pusher than he is a leader, as we see this outside line continuing to be starved of any speed. They need somebody to jump out in front of Cattell, I think, in order to be able to even challenge for the lead, Kevin.
Say that Cattell is definitely hindering that top side, you know, with the damage, like Sean said. If you have enough, it can still hurt you. You can be in the pack and be a good pusher and be a good support driver in a line, but I believe he's going to need someone like Zwack who just pulls up right in front of Cattell. If Cattell's smart here, he will just shove that 7 back to the front. Update on the rest of the field. You got that second group of Philip McCandless. They have kind of stagnated at around 3.2 seconds. If these guys can kind of come more organized, they can catch this lead pack. But as soon as I say that, this first pack is, I'd say, as organized as you could be as far as we've seen so far, Sean. Side by side for now from third on back. If you're on that back pack, you got to start working.
Yeah, not too much swerving going on with this front pack here. That's not good news for Philip McCandless, Dylan Kem, Lucas Plusland company back behind them from 19th on back. But you were talking about it, Josh. Cattell might be a lot better pusher than he is a leader with that slight front end damage, so he's going to have to compensate for that. But how about this? 2 Dodges up at the front there alongside each other. Brandon Cattell in that, of course, that 80 car. Ethan Corder, I haven't mentioned him very much, in that red and white car on the inside, 5th car in line down there. So the Dodge boys showing out at the front of this field, so that's good to see. But Josh, that top side we mentioned is not faring very well right now. Cattell just not able to get to the rear bumper as whack.
Yeah, they need a really strong leader, and they need a really strong pusher. And I'm not sure, as we see, actually, they seem to have some sort of compatibility here out of turn number 2. Going up, they were around that 17 machine back there of Quarter, and it's like they can get where they need to go, but I think they just need to get a little bit lower, do a little bit of side drafting. As we see right now, they're going to get real connected. 2-car tandem pushing through the tri-oval and making up a little bit. Maybe not. Can't quite tell right now.
I think someone made the parallel. I forget who it was. Dual Night. This is very reminiscent to me of 2012 plate racing when it was on the warmer side. We saw like the races in the shootout in the fall Dega race when it was a lot cooler. Guys could push a lot longer, but the July race at Daytona, the spring race at Talladega, and even the 500, they couldn't really push for a long time. And you saw guys like Matt Kenseth and Craig Biffle, especially in the 400, control the lines, knowing when to push, knowing when they could make the engine vulnerable and get it hot when they need to. And I feel like right now, especially Cortez, he's doing a fantastic job pushing when he needs to with Mullis. He didn't really push down the backstretch when there was no battle for that lead spot. And right now he's given himself a lot of room to clear that engine of any heat. And right now doing a great job, but that outside line is still struggling down the back.
FTF 500 drivers, I hope you're paying attention to what we're seeing right now. Me, Kevin.
Yes.
So in the bottom lane there, it looks so dependent on how good the pusher is. We've seen Matthew Zwack be able to kind of fend off runs on the top by giving a great push. Vincent Cortez is doing the exact same thing. So we don't know if it's the pusher yet. We don't know if it's just organization with the bottom. But one thing's for sure, this bottom lane, you mentioned this earlier, Kevin, the top lane is usually the lane to beat, but they've really had nothing for this bottom lane so far in the first half of this race.
Yeah, and Josh, I'm sure you've watched a lot of these races. This is this package, and you know, I hate to say it, but I kind of would rather have something like this as a driver, because I feel like I can control my own destiny a lot more instead of having to relying on tandems. But I'm sure that in terms of what you've seen, this is a lot tamer than what we've seen in these next-gen races in the past.
Yeah, this is a pretty tame race as far as it comes. There is a little bit of focus on trying to push each other and maybe do a little bit of tandeming, but as far as intensity goes, this one seems to be pretty calm. Now, one thing I'm just thinking about right now, pure physics, if this lead pack wants to, as we see one car to the outside wall, he's going to be slow. I don't think he's going to be a factor for this line behind them. He's not. He'll stay up high. But pure physics says you need to fit those 5 cars on that outside back into that inside line. Is that going to draw that inside line out just enough so that the 109 machine can actually catch back up with the field?
Last time by, Philip McCandless was 3.1 seconds behind, so they are slowly but surely gaining on the caboose driver of this pack. That is Tyler J. Williams. Last time by was 1.1 back, so I'd say they are getting closer. Last time by they lost 200ths, and I'm curious if these guys are seeing that only 2 cars on this outside line. Cattell essentially by himself, McCauley having no choice but to push. And I think that's because they saw that pack was starting to catch them. It's easier to win this 500K with 18 in contention instead of 35.
Curious to see what some point of views are looking like. So can we I think we want to kind of dial up our buddy Brett Pancari here. He's got his VRS going. Not VRS, what was I saying? Virtually out. There he is.
He's just chilling.
He's just chilling right there. Got his arm behind his head.
That is great.
The iconic Princess Daisy car. There he is. He's just relaxing, man. He's just chilling, having a good time.
VR. I didn't know he ran VR.
Kevin, he's only run VR every time we've looked at him.
I don't remember.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry.
He is sitting. He's staying hydrated. So everybody remember to stay hydrated if you're racing, or just in general, just take a sip of water every now and then. But Brett is just chilling. He's back there in 33rd right now, and not caring too much about this juncture of the race. He's another one that's going to try to be there at the end. The only driver running a Peugeot in this race. He's ran it for years. Not going to stop now. But look at the driver they're coming up on right here. Is we have another on board.
Josh Stoltz.
Is that I thought that was a 1/18th of Robbie Gordon right
I
there.
want to say it.
Hey, Josh.
We would love to ask. It does look like a 1/18th, but it might just be because of the perspective. That is a very bright Robbie Gordon singular wireless Chevrolet. I always like those schemes. Very clean, but very effective.
I mean, we could ask him.
Yeah, I'd say maybe a little bit later. We can definitely pull him up. Back up front, though, could tell he doesn't want to stop fighting on that high line. He's got McCauley all over the back of him. He was, I'd say, about 12th, 13th position. He's made his way now battling for fourth with Liam Sheen here at the front.
He may have found a front end on that car to kind of maybe get some extra wind under that thing. He's ditched the regular RT nose. He's got the Hellcat nose on that thing now, so he's looking to get back up there. Side by side right now with Liam Sheen, side drafting him back a little bit. But Sheen's going to get the run off the corner there. So maybe that was a case of McCauley pushing him up there. But McCauley, again, we mentioned throughout speed weeks, these engines overheat very quickly. And that might have been another case of pushing too hard to overcook the engine. That high side's going to slide back here. So Josh Cattell got a little bit more work to do up there.
Yeah, he does have a little bit more work to do, but still following that second pack, Dylan Kemp actually had to pop out. I think he was overheating as well for pushing Philip McCandless. They've gained about 0.3 of a second. Still about, 1.4, and I think they're falling back now. Now it's 1.8. That seems like that was a swap that resulted in a net negative of time gained over the last 15 laps or so. Now they're right back where they started after swapping drivers.
Evan?
Yeah.
Green flag pit stops coming up soon. How long?
If you pitted that last time by, you're looking to try to make it to 36 to go. That's probably the magic number. Some of these guys obviously going to want to maybe stretch it a little bit further for green white checkers, but I'd say in the next 15, 20 laps or so, you're going to have to start making your friends as far as who you're going to be coming down pit road with. We saw in the duels as Plessel will pull out a line in this second group. These guys are kind of switching back and forth. Who's going to push Philip McCandless? They have lost even more ground. There goes Plessel back in line. But I'd say, around 36, 38 to go at the earliest. Maybe waiting as long as 30 to go to kind of give yourself an insurance policy for, I would say, an inevitable green-white checker. We all know how these races can get. By the way, we have lost Seth Eggert. Seth Eggert has fallen from the race. That's unfortunate.
Let's see. We got a replay here.
Do we have?
That's him and Chris Overland back there.
I don't think we lost him in that sense. I think we lost him in the sense that he's on pit road at the moment doing
what
something.
Happened? That's really bizarre.
Let me see what I can find.
Hope everything's good.
Oh yeah,
it was
down the backstretch.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Top lane is
Overland.
Again.
Holy cow.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Top lane's making another run at it at the front of the field as we're back live. Gary Sexton in the Philadelphia, the Philly special up there in the 25 being pushed by Brandon Cattell. Cattell with a little bit more help behind him. That's Kane Cook in that bright yellow orange. Never mind, Justin Malillo is going to pull up behind them now. But that's bizarre. So we might see Kane just try to use those guys to get to the front and let them cook their engine. Then Kane might jump up in front of Gary here to try to make a run at it. So we'll see if this works. But right now, Josh, that top side just has not had it so far in this part of the run.
I will say there are no Kansas City Chiefs cars out there, and there were 2 Eagles cars out there. That seems like there's a favorite out there. I don't know. I've been an Eagles.
Are you saying that because you're also an Eagles fan, John?
You know what? Go fly, Eagles, fly. Why not? It's a Philly thing. You wouldn't understand.
It's a Philly thing. So is a cheesesteak.
Okay. Kane Cook is blinking. I'd say we're going to hear from Race Control very shortly that he's going to have to drop to the back of this pack. But for now, Gary Sexton trying to shove Kane using that outside line. And it seems, Sean, we see this top side. They get about a lap of pushing, and then they stagnate down the backstretch notoriously. It seems like as soon as that inside line sees there's a little bit of a challenge, that outside line just does not work out as Kane goes back to the inside trying to keep his position.
I mean, I kind of called that's what he was going to try to do, and I think he might just be stuck there. I mean, we've seen that top side, just nobody able to do anything with it. So they're going to have to figure out how to get these cars to the front. Kane's still warping a little bit, so I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a warning from Jake Poole, and at this point of the race, at least once, because he's warped a few times, and as you mentioned, he may have warped through a wreck earlier. That's yet to be determined, but high side trying to make another run back at it. Gary Sexton trying to inch ahead of Kane Cook, but Kane just side drafting him a lot in 1 and 2, and they're going to go back in line. So that's going to hinder the progress of everybody, as Cook is just
hey! Cozy with the raid. Thank you, Cozy. Hope you had a good race tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Michael Causey.
Michael Causey Jr.
Causey Jr.
Hello, Cozy viewers.
Oh, Sexton got a little bit too high. He's going to have to dip back in line. Patel, once again, trying to be aggressive. Kane's trying to cook on that outside line.
Oh, my goodness.
I had to do it for Jacob.
I know. You're thinking about it. On there, Justin Malillo. As Justin's just along for the ride right now. He's sitting there behind Gary Sexton, and Justin, we were mentioning he does have stuff written on his whiteboard allegedly. He has no video proof of this. We'll find that later. But now the top lane is growing. Cook is blocked into the wall by who was that? Was that Corbin McCauley?
I think he just washed up. I think he was trying to go 3 wide on McCauley, and just work with somebody, Kane. It's not working out to be this aggressive. And he tried to go 3 wide and just got up to the fence and hit the wall, but that's going to send McCauley to the back. Get a little bit of update on this very small 5-car pack. They are still at 3 seconds. If these guys can stay around this margin, I think they will be okay when green flag stops happen. But if you're 24th on back, Sidner, Oshalim, Dorman, Stoltz, Olsen, Hudson and company, they're about 11 or 12 seconds back. They need a caution to get back into this.
The turn number 3, Brandon Cattell trying to shove Kane Cook out there. I think Kane might be doing too much side drafting for this, because, Kevin, we've seen if the top lane just has a good push, not side drafting too much, they're not going to get slowed down a whole lot. So I don't know if you want to weigh in on this too, Josh, but what we've seen is that top lane, just they go for about a straightaway and then that's it. They just die out. So that's they got to figure this thing out, and quickly, as the laps are ticking down. We're up to 43 to go coming up this time by.
Yeah, they have this ability to get a corner exit speed that inside lane just doesn't have. But the problem is when they see that somebody from the inside lane tends to do something that slows them down, or they just can't carry that speed into the corners. We see Kane Cook still doing a little side drafting. I think there needs to be a little bit more organization, but there's a status quo right now. They don't want to do anything. The inside lane doesn't really want to do much. That outside lane doesn't want to do much. As we see, he's making up a decent amount of time here once he finally got hooked up with Brandon Cattell, carrying some speed, pushing him towards the front of the pack. I think that's some pretty big moves that we haven't seen for a little while from that outside line.
think if we could somehow find a way to pay Darrell Waltrip to be here, the first thing he would bring up is co-opetition, because so far in this race, especially on this second and third lane, they have done nothing but fight against each other on this second lane. Now that they've got even 5-6 guys on this outside line working together, they've made their way up to third. Cattell has to back off considerably in 3. Gonna have to try and make another ditch effort here on the front stretch. Top 3 still leading by a considerable margin. Liam Sheen still on that inside line. 42 laps to go, and we're getting closer and closer to pit stops as Kyle Merkel comes in to pit. A couple guys in the back here. Caden Honeycutt is coming in. Scotty Smith. Kyle Merkel hits the cone, and he is spinning. He is spinning right in front of Caden as they make pit stops, and that's not going to work for Kyle.
Not an ideal pit entry there for Kyle Merkel, repping one of the iconic number 29s there. That Kevin King, I think he might be. Is he running the 29 in this league, or is he a full-time?
I think he's moved to the 88 because of JRM. We have pit stops. Here comes Mullis. McCauley is in.
Sexton, Williams.
Tyler Williams. Sexton. Williams got sideways. Holy cow. And is this a little early, do you guys think?
I think it is. As Williams overshot his box considerably, so he's
still not in his box. There it is. No, still not in his box. Oh, he's done.
He's too far to the right. As he has been this pit stop emphatically. And as we're keeping our eyes up at the front of the field, everybody running the bottom, and that is an indication.
Stoltz misses his box.
That's an indication that everybody is pitting this time by, so we'll see.
Oh, there's a massive checkup towards the rear of the field. Justin Malillo has to pop out of line just to save that pack from wrecking. He keeps it together. And there, yeah, you said they're probably going to see a couple of takers here. We have, most notably, a lot of drivers from that second pack.
Which did catch up.
Yeah, they did catch up. Last lap, just not even mentioning the green flag pit stops, they had gained roughly a second and a half, 2 seconds in about 4 laps with a new shuffling system that they managed to come up with, and that closed that pack up to basically there's no second pack in that sense. New second pack was the third pack.
Sidner, Hudson, Nick Olson from the pack 12 or so seconds back also have come in to pit. Rest of the field down and away. Plussel, McCandless, Malillo. Merkel finally gets out of his box. I believe he had to serve a pit entry penalty. The rest of the field, here it comes. Cortez, very conservative entry. And is that Causey? Causey, very hot, coming into his pit lane.
I got to check on that. No
and
black flag for
Causey. No black flag. Wow, shocking.
No black flags for anybody. As we've seen on this round of pit stops, a good job by everybody. The 68 overshoots his pit stall, so that's not good. That's David Robertson. A lot of overshoots we've seen so far today, not just under green, but under caution as well. So back up at the front of the field, we have to think this group of Marin, Sheen, Swack, Quarter, they all have to be coming in this time. But I don't know if stretching the fuel is going to work that well. So we'll see as all 4 of them are going to make their way onto pit road there, just almost lapping Dylan Kim.
One of the interests. Yeah, the 12 car kind of had a really tough. He's gonna barely. Oh, did he get a black flag? I don't know. No black flags.
No
Almost
black
overshot pit entry.
He did miss it.
Oh, he missed pit stall. That's unfortunate. But he missed the memo last lap. He was the last car is a part of that lead pack. Everyone else in front of him kind of pitted, and that made him lose the draft for about a lap. I don't know how much that's gonna affect his overall lap time, but it's not negligible.
Goodness gracious! Look who's leading.
Robert Dorman.
Oh, man.
Ethan Quarter also missed his box. A lot of these guys are sliding through their boxes, and I wonder if it's a combination of really worn out tires, but also very cold brakes. Obviously, these guys are not on them much at all here at the famed Daytona International Freeway. Not really a handling racetrack in 2023.
Oh, we got a wreck off the floor. 43,
is
Josh
calling
Stoltz.
4. Oh, Stoltz is heated.
Andy Margot, Stoltz involved.
Let's take a look. No caution. Stoltz went to the outside, and Margot just turns right. Both those guys go into the wall. and no caution because they did not spin.
Take a look.
There it is, and oh my goodness.
What in the world was that?
Stoltz is very upset. That looks like a little bit of netcode. That's really bizarre. So
Dorman blinks out.
So
Watch
Dorman, this
ahead.
happened to me at Watkins Glen last year. Dorman blinked out, and I got hit by an invisible Dorman, and it killed my car. I wonder if that's exactly what happened with Margot, because Margot just gets sent to the right. I don't think he actually turned away
might have
from.
been trying to avoid him, I think.
That's
no?
really that's unfortunate. I can't put that on. I guess I can put it on anyone. It's Dorman's internet, but man, I feel bad for Stoltz. I feel really bad for Margot as well, because he's just trying to avoid getting into anybody there. He's just trying to race his own race. But pit stops effectively are done, and we have a 3-car breakaway with Marin, Sheen, and Zwack. But Kane Cook has about 15 cars behind him. They are catching this lead 3, 36 to go, and looks like we'll have another pit stop here, guys.
Maybe we can get an update from James Pike, spotter for Robert Dorman, later as to what in the world happened there. But the big 3, as I've called them throughout the race, well, I guess minus Vincent Cortez with Zwack and Marin, he's up there. But these 3 guys have been up at the front consistently, and they got off and on a pit road effectively better than everybody. So it's no wonder they have this lead. So it's all a matter of how they can stay organized behind. You see Kane Cook. He's got Ed Scher behind him. Vincent Cortez is right there. So all these guys have been up at the front, but they're not catching the front 3 as well as they could. The front 3 last time by was a 46.83, a 46.80, 46.80.
Kane Cook disappeared again.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Drivers are starting to get a little bit impatient with Kane, and a little bit. Honestly, a little bit frustrating that he's still up here, in my opinion. I'm surprised Race Control hasn't stepped in like they did with Dorman with Kane. But for now, no caution with that. Still leading here by about 1.6 seconds are these lead 3 in Marin, Sheen, and Zwack with 35, now 34 laps to go. It looks like the last pit window, the stints, were in the early 30s, 33, 34 laps or so. So it looks like these guys might have to pit again, but for now, the top 17 all within about 5 or 6 seconds, top 15 within 3.5 seconds. So for now, kind of calm, but a lot of frustration right now out of these drivers.
It's speaking of, I mean, in the race chat, Kane, while he was leading that grunt line of cars there, said push in the race chat, and then Philip McCandless said, we would help if you weren't warping. So that's kind of the story going on right there. But this front 3, they've pulled away a little bit from Scher, Cortez, and Bowers. So these guys, the front 3, are really doing a good job fending off these 10, 15 cars right here. So it's going to take a lot for these guys to get organized. But you would think, Josh, more cars are better than less, but that's not the case right now.
No, it isn't the case. I think it's a lot easier to get 3 cars formed up and going than it's going to be to get this many cars formed up and going, especially when you have a leader whose internet isn't helping the situation at all, and there's no confidence from the pusher behind. You see the 40 has no issues pushing the 62s. We see a car slow into a stop. I can't quite tell.
Well, they are off the track now.
That looked like that was the 91 of Kyle Merkel. He looked like he was slow and just pulled it off the track. So Kyle Merkel, he's coming down.
Last time by, we'll get a margin check. 2.25 seconds from our leader, Sebastian Marin, and the 4th place driver in Errol Shearer Jr. So, like you said, Sean, these 3 cars are doing a masterful job, not only staying organized, but pulling away from the rest of the field. This is almost reminiscent of, and I feel like James Pike when I say stuff like that, but I'm sure James enjoys the call out. But 2004 Daytona 500 comes to mind, when all you had was Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kurt Busch, a handful of other drivers with lap cars involved. just pulled away, and they pretty much were able to handle it themselves. I'm sure if this race goes green, Marin, Sheen, and Zwack would love nothing more than to just have these three to battle for the lead all alone by themselves.
I was speaking with James at length at Hickory Motor Speedway last season, and he's an encyclopedia of NASCAR knowledge there.
Yes.
Grassroots, big time, he knows it. So definitely, if you have a question regarding anything NASCAR, James might be the guy to ask. But up at the front, they're still pulling away. Last time by, we'll see times at the line, but they were over 0.2 of a second faster than fourth on back. So Marin runs a 46.8, Liam Sheen a 46.
Big gap.
Zwack a 46.8.
4/10.
Then Scheer a 47.3. What is happening in this pack right now? This is unheard of.
This is insane. They got the speed that just nobody else has. I don't know what they're doing differently. Someone's probably clicking the turbo button, doing something, because this second pack has nothing for them. They can't do anything if they wanted to.
Quick note, Vic Cortez has disappeared and has not returned. Vincent Cortez has, I'd say he has fallen. He's at 19 quality and still dropping, so that's truly unfortunate for the 40. He's done a fantastic job all race to not only stay up front, but make that high line. One of the few drivers make that work. There it is. That is, and he was a part of that second pack, and that might be why they fell back a little bit more. Last time they only lost 0.07 of a second. Bauer's doing everything he can to shove the 62 insurer, but so far, so good for these top three. And if you're in the second pack, you might want to panic a little bit. They got to Robert Dorman, used him a little bit to slingshot past him. He's now blended in. So now you got behind McCandless, you got Robert Dorman and King Cook, who are both warping like crazy in this pack.
All right, so this is Kane Cook. You're talking about getting impatient, Kevin. So Kane was trying to lurch to the outside a little bit too. Now Dorman's starting to blink again. So this is this is getting hairy. But while it's calmed down, we'll take a second and we'll gather our thoughts here as we'll see the end of this thing, if this group can chase down our front three. But right now it's all Marin, Sheen, and Zwack here in the Tiny Tex 500K. We'll take one more break here from Daytona. We'll come back for the end of this thing. So keep it dialed right here at FTFGG, and we'll be right back after this.
back here at Daytona, 25 laps to go. And if you've been watching, you are not looking at the main pack here for the lead. That is about 4 seconds ahead of your fourth place competitor in Jackson Carr. Do a quick rundown here as they come to 24 laps to go. Your leader by a big margin from the rest of the field, Sebastian Marin. Liam Sheen is in second. Matthew Zwack currently in third. Now you go back to Jackson Carr, who is now 4.4 seconds back of the rest of the field. He is in fourth. Philip McCandless fifth. Carson Bowers in sixth. Kane Cook in seventh. Brandon Cattell in eighth. Lucas Plussel ninth. And Jamie Ritchie Price in 10th. 11th, Justin Malillo. Corbin McCauley 12th. Erod Shearer Jr. in 13th. Mullis in 14th. Quarter, Kazi, Robertson, Olsen, Oshalim, and Hudson round out your top 20. And Sean, this is something we have not seen in I'd say ever in my iRacing career. People able to not only pull away, but pull away in a smaller pack in this package.
Oh man, this is getting hairy back here. But yeah, I've been on iRacing for almost 10 years now. Kevin, you've been on here for almost 35. And we have not seen anything like this. As the big racing is back here. This pack is for, I believe it's for the 15th spot on back. Ethan Porter in that red and white car leads it. He is currently sitting in 15th, and they're just jockeying for position for whatever reason back there. But this is some of the most strung out racing in a big super speedway event that we have ever seen in iRacing. And we've had a lot of big super speedway events over the years. Josh knows a thing or two about those. But Josh, have you seen anything like this in your time running big events?
No, we came back from break. 4 seconds separated that first pack and that second pack. Now it's 5.1. It keeps on building. I am blown away by the absolute pace of this front pack. And it's not crazy pace. Like last time by, Sebastian Marin, he had 47.08. Jackson Carr, 47.09. It's not these massive swings like you would think. It's not every single lap. All it is just really organized pushing that this second pack cannot seem to muster in the same way that that front pack can. And I've never seen it so strung out in my life, and I've never seen it so strung out and continuing to string out.
By the way, fans of Vincent Cortez, he is now 8 laps down, has not come back from falling out of the race. So truly unfortunate that he's currently now in the 36th position, and looks like he will stay that way if he does not come back. But to go back to what we've been talking about the last few minutes, I'll say this: if you want Gen 4 style racing introduced into iRacing, you're looking at it. This is pretty much how it was back in the day, especially at Daytona, breaking out into small packs, having to utilize the people around you, having to work with those around you. And Sean, we've seen all night, it's been a lot of selfish racing. It's been a lot of let's try to get this done now and not be patient racing. And right now we're seeing that in the second pack. They are now 5.5 seconds behind our leader, 5.8 at the line.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, last time by for Marin, Sheen, and Zwack, they were all in the 46.9 second bracket. Jackson Carr, who's now leading the second pack, 47.5. That's almost 0.7 of a second faster than the second pack. I have never seen this, and they're going to get more cars here. They got a couple cars coming up to latch on to the rear. Seth Eggert, we were talking about earlier. Josh Stoltz had some damage, so you would think that these guys aren't going to try to pass, but we never know. But this is crazy. Now they got 5 cars, and the front pack's getting bigger and more organized. The second pack is getting not bigger or smaller, but less organized, and this is fun stuff. I'm actually enjoying watching this. This is a great clinic put on by Marin, Sheen, and Zwack at the front.
It isn't smooth sailing from home from here. They still have one more pit cycle that they need to come down and do. That's 19 laps to go right now. Their current stint is 19 for Sebastian Marin, so I think it's around 10 to go that they would probably have to pit, but you could pit at any time if you wanted to, I think.
Coming to 18 laps to go, and we saw the fuel window was around 30, 33, 35, at least for tonight and for the duels. So I anticipate maybe 6 to 8 laps to go, we'll start seeing guys come in. Last time by, leader in Marin ran a 46.809. Jackson Carr ran a 46.881. So even despite their best efforts, it's still not enough. And King Cook finally being told that it's not good enough. He needs to pull out of the line. He needs to get out of the way.
Yeah, there was almost a big wreck there. He disappeared right at a really bad time and came back in, I think, in the middle of Mollis there. So that's not good.
You're still trying to figure it out back here. So Kane is not happy in the race chat, as not surprising for this time. But I mean, you guys are saying this is boring in the chat, but I mean, in the race, this is all they wanted to see. Now, this is going to get turned upside down in a little bit, because we are going to get one more set of pit stops. As Kevin said, Kane is still blinking right there. Justin Malillo right there in that pink and black car, all alone on the top side there, side by side with Lucas Plussel. But when do we pit here, Kevin? I mean, if you're the front three, I think Josh hit it on the head. You could pretty much pit whenever you want if you're these guys, and you will. The sooner you pit, I think, the bigger lead you'll have, as long as you execute properly.
I mean, if it were up to me, I'd pit as late as I can. And when these guys pitted, I would say around 120. If I can, pit as late as I can, take as little fuel as I need to, maybe even, have a little bit of, especially if you're in this front pack, have a few laps for green-white checkers. If you're in this second pack, you want to make it as quick as possible, and even risk like running out at the line. You want to cut this stop as little amount of time as possible. We'll just have to wait and find out when they break for the pits. But right now, still leading this pack. And, I see the chat, and obviously there's a lot of criticism with the setup. But at the end of the day, these drivers in this second pack can control their own destiny. They can push just as well as these three cars up front, and they're not doing that. They're not able to do it as well as these three, and because of that, they've pulled away. And if these second pack can get gathered up, we saw in the duels, we had multiple packs in the second duel all come together to make one big pack at the end. It's still possible even with this.
This is sorry, Sean, I was just gonna say, look at those intervals right now. 7.94 right now behind. They're just exiting turn number 2, the second pack. 7.9, now 8 seconds behind the leader for these for the second pack. You may find this boring, but you cannot say that is not an impressive feat as a 3-car pack to just be able to pull away like that. That is something unbelievably impressive, and as they say, it's a clinic. So good for them. That's impressive. So
they still haven't had any changes in this pack right here, as you see. We're further back here. That's Aaron Smith. They're currently back in 25th. That's him, Art Reimer, Tyler Williams, Brett Pancari, Chris Oberlin back here, David Cabrera, and also Caden Honeycutt, who's still 7 laps down back there. So we're just revisiting the packs at this point here. Back with the front, Sebastian Marin in that purple and white car leading the way. Liam Sheen in that 44 in second. Matthew Zwack in that 7 in third. The 2 behind them, that is Seth Eggert and that is Josh Stoltz. They are currently back in, I believe, Eggert is back in 36th and Stoltz back in 35th, respectively. So, again, there is one more pit stop, but I saw in the chat David L. Brown, our strategist extraordinaire in the 87 side of iRacing, he's claiming that Sheen and Marin are 2 to the good. He says, "Wow, that is a bold statement, especially for Marin, who's been leading this whole time. And as everybody knows, in iRacing, if you're the leader, you are getting the least efficient fuel mileage of anybody in your pack."
That is impressive. If they are to the good, I think that has every single one of us sitting there a little bit stumped, figuring out how the heck that's possible. They're going to need to go an additional 13 or 12 laps, and they've already been out for 26.
Do you want to just pretend this is the battle for the lead right here?
If you want. Yeah. for now. I mean, these guys, I can't even said in the chat, like, start racing hard or give up. And I I can understand where he's coming from, but racing in line hasn't worked for these guys. They still haven't figured it out. Racing side by side is definitely not going to work. At this point, I feel like if you're racing,
it's your best hope.
Well, yeah, if you're racing like this, you're hoping that you put someone in a position to make a mistake because of racing like this, and that's one way to get it to work. But I just feel like this is when you visit Talladega and Daytona, skill is kind of thrown out the window as far as a discrepancy in the field. I feel like with this is the ultimate example of people who just know what to do. They've ran enough laps. They've figured out the pack. Sheen and Zwack notoriously in the C main and in this have done just that. They've figured it out, and they've been rewarded for it. A 10-second gap. What more can you ask for as a competitor? Being able to actually control your own destiny at a play track.
I mean, again, they didn't just drive away from the field, just get lined up and drive away from them when they're all packed up. This all happened because of the green flag pit stops. So all these guys at the front executed the best out of everybody. And as we've been saying ad nauseum, they haven't tried to race each other hard. They haven't tried to run each other over, bump each other hard. They've just been maintaining the bubble in this car. And that is one of the things you have to do, especially with this, to kind of keep the engine cool and stay consistent with pushing these things that are staying lined up. And like Kevin said, they are reaping the benefits of it. So Jamie Ritchie Price, again, having a good run. We saw him get wrecked through the grass on the front stretch earlier, and he is now leading this pack right ahead of Jackson Carr and Brandon Cattell, another car that was wrecked numerous times earlier. And they're still side by side back here, Josh. We see Justin Melillo there, Philip McCandless there. That's the battle for 7th. But again, they're just not doing themselves any favors in this pack.
No, they're not, but I mean, statistically speaking, you're going to need to start gaining about a second a lap here just to even have a hope of catching them. You're 10 seconds back. Realistically, that's just not going to happen. And if they are truly good on fuel, then there's nothing you can do at this point. The best you can hope for is a caution. So I say screw it. I'm racing everyone as hard as possible. Even if I am the caution, I have a better chance of going down pit road, fixing my damage, and going back out there and racing for the win than I will sitting in line like this. This isn't going to do me any good if I want to try and race in the big race.
Coming to 8 laps to go, and nothing's changed up front. The leaders, 2 lap cars. They just passed Andy Margot. He is fallen off the draft. He's currently 5 laps down in 33rd. And funny enough, I don't know. I wish for their sake that they figured this out. Jamie Ritchie Price is leading them closer to this pack, better than anyone has this entire event. And Sean, we talked about how you have to manage the air in this car, and oh my God, Justin Melillo just shoved the hell out of Cattell into car. They are flying compared to what they were doing before. We saw them run 47 threes, 47 fours. Now they are in the 46 sevens, whereas the leaders are running 47 O's, 47 ones. So blame the package all you want, blame the setup all you want. It looks like these guys are finally working together and they are benefiting from it, but it is 7 laps to go, and it's going to be too little too late if this doesn't have a caution.
I mean, Jamie we're talking about how fast the front 3 were compared to the other guys. The second pack now, as you said, is figuring it out. They're about 0.3 of a second faster than the leaders last lap, but they had to figure this out like 20 laps ago. I mean, this is way too little too late. Now the question becomes, up at the front, who makes the move to win the race? How long do you keep this? I mean, you run the chance of wrecking up at the front. That's the only chance the second pack has, is these 3 kind of going at it really hard on the final lap. And again, if you're new to this, is this your first time watching this
They
race?
just made up 0.4 of a second. Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's like we've been saying the whole time. You got to know what you're doing, and they're doing exactly what the front 3 has been doing the whole run. But if you're new to this, this is a winner-take-all race. So if you win, you get granted access into the Barr Visuals FTF 500 tomorrow, or you can take a $100 prize purse and take the money and run. So really up to these guys, especially the ones that have been working hard to get into the big show. And I know guys like Matthew Zwack, who's wanted to run in a big event. He's going to want to win this race, but they are just, I don't know what the hell they're doing back here, Josh. It is getting ugly back here.
Kane has lost his patience. He's patience. He's been asked to move to the back of the pack twice now. And I think he's just tired. He's frustrated. He wants to do something, but he can't because his internet won't let him. So he's just pushing and pushing and pushing. Almost caused a wreck off of turn number 4. The 23 almost got turned. He's going to do the same thing to the 45 here. Going to get them loose. Oh my goodness gracious.
Kane's getting warned, and I think he's trying to cause a yellow. And I hate to say it, but he's still pushing.
He might get removed here by Jake if he's not careful. I mean, if they're blinking still, the drivers are not happy right now with the actions of Kane Cook. It's causing quite the discussion. Philip McCandless has seen enough. He wants to try to get past him, but no one's going with him. But this is I haven't seen it break down.
Oh, like Phil! Oh my goodness! This is going to be a situation of what happens first. Does Kane
was black?
Kane gets black flagged, and Liam Sheen, Zwack, and Marin are a little bit upset. I think, knowing that Kane now has nothing to lose if he brings out a caution. But I mean, he'll get ejected. I think if he brings out a caution, Kane's going to bring it in. But if I'm in this backpack, you had so much time to figure this out. They have made up 3 seconds in 6 laps. If they figure this out with 20 to go, they would be battling for the win. Instead, they decided to race each other, have zero organization, be selfish, and now they do not have a shot to win. But you know who does have a shot to win? Marin, Sheen, and Zwack coming to 2 laps to go this time by.
There's a little bit of action further back, the 25 of Gary Sexton and the 12. There's a little bit of action in the third pack right now. They're getting side by side, trying to do something. I think they're just tired. This is some real racing right here. I think if we're going to see a caution, it's going to come out of here, if anywhere.
This is what the leaders don't want to see. As
there it is. Oh, they're trying to wreck. They save it.
Oh no!
There it is. Caution is out. Causey around. Pocking around. That's Lawson Peel.
Oh boy.
And this changes everything as they wreck in the third pack for 20th. This is going to be a finish. This is going to be what everyone in the chat wants. And listen, as much as I enjoyed the strategy, this is going to be a fantastic finish to the end.
Oh man, everybody got their wish in the chat there. So, oh boy, let's see what we can find out here, Josh. What in the world happened in this thing? So Lawson Peel in the 12.
A lap ago, this was a formulated pack. It's like suddenly they just were like, this ain't gonna go anywhere, and they decided, screw it, let's do it. And realistically speaking, those guys can all repair that damage. They have a better chance at winning this than they did 2 laps ago.
We'll have to see here who pits.
Yeah, I was about to say, we green, white, checkered. Possibly there's 3 of them. So if you're the leaders, Kevin, do you pit? Because you could run out of fuel if you stay out.
That's something you got to think about. Maybe this goes 2 laps. Maybe this goes 10. Get another viewpoint. Caution cause is designated to the 25 of Sexton. We'll find out here in about 30 seconds. Marin, Sheen, Zwack all catching the pack. The rest of the field still trying to catch. Man, this is going to be. I wish I could take credit for writing the script of this one, but I cannot. This is going to be a wild finish.
We're not other sports organizations, Kevin. We don't manufacture our finishes. But they're coming in, so they're doing exactly what I thought. So this is all going to come down to who puts the least amount of fuel in. There you see Justin Malillo coming in, leader Sebastian Marin, Zwack coming in right behind him.
Do you take tires? Oh, yeah, they're taking tires. This top three are taking tires because they have enough of a gap.
Jamie just hit the inside wall. No.
Oh, man.
Jamie, no.
Sheen off first, then Zwack, Cattell,
but
Carr. Marin goes from first to fifth.
One glaring omission right there.
Oh,
Chris,
my God.
Man.
Has stayed out. Here we go.
Oh, boy. I wish he was in the Discord. Oh, my God. Oh, no. This is going to be wild. Stoltz also stayed out, but he's laps down.
Let's see. Overland he's not going to make it. He's on lap 37 of his stint. There is no way that he makes the end of this thing.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Again, this is for all the marbles. This is for the last available spot in the Barr Visuals FTF 500 tomorrow. Zach Johnson, how many days are until the Barr Visuals FTF 500? It's there. One. This is the last chance to get in. And the winner has a choice of getting that last spot and participating tomorrow, or taking $100 out of this thing. And Kevin, after a race like this, the way this thing has been, we're up for an all-timer right now at the end of this thing. We've had 2 straight years of fantastic finishes, multiple last lap passes, humongous wrecks. This one has the chance to top the last 2 years easily.
Well, we'll see just how chaotic this is going to become. Back-to-back years, we've seen the winner decide to keep the money, and second has been the place to be if you want to get in the show. But right now, it's anybody's game. Overland staying out. Sheen had a fantastic stop relative to the rest of the drivers who was up in that top 3. Zwack will be in third. Cattell with... if they could put tape as a representation for fixing damage, that car would be full of 200-mile-an-hour tape. They pieced it all together after 2 accidents. Do not count out that Robert Cattell roofing 80. He's so good at these, and I think it's go time. We will see pushing like we haven't seen. I would not be surprised if we see people blowing up out of corners down the backstretch, trying to get as much out of these cars as possible. It's going to be a show.
Poor Zwack, he's in the chat right now. He said, "I want to die." So sorry, Zwack. That is literally the last thing he wanted to see. But the story now becomes, Josh, how much fuel does that 47 have left? There is absolutely no way, if we have more than one green, white checkered, he's making it to the end of this thing.
No, it absolutely not.
This is a Hail Mary from
it is
Overland.
It is, and we're going to come to green here, but there's going to be a little bit of frustration right now. You have 27 very happy drivers out on track and 3 very angry drivers out on track. So how's that going to weigh into things?
Here we go.
Pace car is off. Overland will lead on fumes in front of Zwack. Sheen to the outside. Overland pulls out for a moment. Cattell all over the back end of Sheen. 2 to go, and they no holds barred. Top 3 on each lane, shoving into turn 1.
What do you do if you're Zwack? Cattell goes to the middle. He's going to have help from Dylan Keb. We saw Keb winning the C main to get in here. He's going to try to push Cattell up to the front, but they are stalling. Zwack shoving Overland down the back straightaway. 3-car breakaway at the front.
Cattell leading that middle pack is not going to be good. We saw it before. He just doesn't have the speed to be a leader. He needs someone up in front in order to push. And we see one jumping out in front. That's Matthew Zwack. He's going to lead that outside line with Cattell pushing behind.
C-main winner out of nowhere. Here comes Dylan Keb, third in line, pushing Cattell. White flag this time. Here comes Mullis on the outside. 3 wide for 4th. Cattell and Zwack pulls out. Wrecking the back. Never mind that. 3x3 from 4th on back. Mullis, Cattell, and Zwack pull out in 1 and 2.
The field has taken the white flag. This race is official. The next flag will end it. Cattell getting shoved by Jimmy Mullis. Now here comes the 44 of Liam Sheen. He's got help from Sebastian Marin. They're making some headway down the back straightaway. Zwack goes down the block into 3.
And they go. Zwack still the leader out in front. Cattell leading that outside line. Not able to make up the speed he needs.
He gets turned! Cattell turn, Mollisenthal, Marin, and Zwack by himself. Frustration from the 7, but he will win here in the Tiny Tex 500K. Thought he had it won before the yellow, and he will win here in the Tiny Tex 500K. And now we have a decision on our hands from Matthew Zwack. Does he take the money or does he take the spot?
Oh boy.
If he concedes, it goes to Smith.
What in the world happened on this last lap? We'll probably get a replay in a little bit here of this last lap crash, but oh.
Let's get Zwack in here as soon as possible.
I'll go find him, but let's see.
We'll get a look at the replay later. Matthew Zwack, who does run for points. It's a great points day for the 7 if he decides to take the money. Here he comes to the checkered flag to do burnouts. Matthew Zwack, you are a Tiny Tex 500 winner. Are you going to be a 500 winner tomorrow?
Well, I did think about this before the race. After I did the duels and I didn't make the main race, I bought a basketball ticket to the Michigan-Indiana game tomorrow. And $100 is $100, so I'm gonna take the money.
He's taking the money.
He's taking the money. So for the 3rd year in a row, a winner opts out and takes the money. So we'll change gears and go back to the race. So, you know, I think you and Sheen and Marin left the crowd, left the spectators, left the drivers in a state of shock. Tell us about how that worked and tell us about that finish.
Well, I knew we were in the best spot possible going down pit road, coming out of as late as possible. I believe all of us had enough fuel to make it. I don't know what Sebastian was sitting at, but me and Liam were good. We worked really well together the whole race, and yeah, we were just able to pull away. If you watch back DK's stream, I was sick to my stomach the whole time saying that it was coming and the caution happened. Left sides, I think, was the correct call. I took lefts. I was able to come out in 3rd, which was the spot I've been working from the whole race, pushing everybody. And once I was able to push myself and Overland clear, I was just playing defense from there on out.
Yeah, this package, it's so vulnerable being the leader, and somehow you persevered. Congratulations again on the win. Congratulations on making $100 for doing some sim racing. Have fun watching the Michigan Wolverines play basket hoops. We will see you in 2 weeks for Auto Club.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys for the broadcast and putting it on. It's the best show in sim racing.
Josh, what do you have for us?
What I'm looking at right now is one of the biggest underdog opportunities from being 2 laps down and 23rd on the white flag lap. Aaron Smith II managed to navigate through all of the chaos to finish 2nd place and now has the opportunity to choose, if he still wants to race in the big race tomorrow.
Aaron Smith, are you taking the money?
Yes, I'm taking the money.
You are taking the money.
Yes.
So you are opting out of the 500 as well.
Yep.
All right.
Well, can you walk us through that last lap? Because we're on board with you right now. How did you manage this?
Well, I saw the wall of cars and figured I was going to finish 20th and make about $5 for my troubles, and the whole field decided to wreck. I saw the hole. Well, I didn't really see the hole. I just went for the place where all the cars were, and they weren't there by the time I got there, and shot the gap, saw the cars wrecking for 2nd, and split that gap too, and then went and doored whoever that was on the bottom. I'd like to apologize to whoever that was, but I'll take it whenever I can get it.
So we see you right here. You're 23rd crossing the line right now. I don't see an opportunity for even the chance to transfer in here. We see a little wreck beneath you there. You're managing to just keep out of any incidents on the last lap. Gave you the opportunity to get the money, and that's exciting. You already know what you're going to spend the money on?
No, not really. I'll think about it.
There you go. As we see this onboard action, a little bit of wrecking so far. You're already making up some good positions here and there, and oh my goodness, we'll see this big wreck just unfold right in front of you.
I'll let you finish with Aaron. We have a little bit of a development, but Aaron, congratulations once again, bringing that very iconic yellow 70 to second. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we will let Aaron continue on with the rest of his day.
We have a ruling.
Christopher Overland.
We have a
sent
ruling.
to the back for an unsafe rejoin and wrecking Sebastian Marin at the line. He will move out from third, and that moves Jackson Carr into third. So Jackson Carr, to the Discord for your answer immediately.
What a development. Here we go. We take another look, and Chris, this happens very, very late. They avoided the wreck here, but he is, as we're going to see here, just takes out 48 in front of him. There's the wreck happening, and Chris is just on the apron, avoids the wreck, and I don't know if he didn't know he was there or just.
Oh my gosh, Liam Sheen! I didn't even see that happen.
But that is why Chris Overland is not in the running.
This is unprecedented.
FTF 500.
Jackson Carr, you crossed the line fourth. You officially, as of now, finished third. Are you taking the money or are you taking the spot in the FTF 500?
What is the money?
Let's find out.
Couple bucks.
That was painful.
I think it's 25.
25 for third?
Hold on. Let me find out for you. I have the chart.
Nate Stewart saying P3 is 45.
I don't know 100%. It is $45.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. That setup was fun, but not after 20 laps. I don't know if anybody knows what 77 tire wear feels like 3 wide, but it is not fun. So I'm definitely gonna take the money on that one. Really fun, but
well, let me ask you a question. So, because obviously, we can learn a lot for tomorrow. What tires were wearing more or less than the others?
My right after that green flag pits, my right front was at 94, my right rear was at 93, my left front was at 80, and my left rear was at 77.
Okay. So, take us through that after the pit stops, because you guys were dare I say, a bit unorganized till about 10 to 12 to go. You guys just could not figure it out, and all of a sudden you guys were flying.
The third car would not get up to whoever was behind me. I mean, you have to be right on them on like the exits, and they wouldn't do that. And finally, we got the most aggressive guy in the field, and he's shoving me, which is the only reason why we were able to even make ground. I mean, you can't just like lay back and just hope everything works out. You kind of really have to push that guy in second if you want to go anywhere.
Well, we didn't anticipate interviewing past you, so we'll have to move on to the next, which I believe is Zach Hudson. So goodbye, Jackson. We will. I wanted to say thank you for racing. He can hear me. Next up, Jackson Carr did not take the money or did not take the spot. He took the money as well. No, it should be
Zach Hudson.
No, it is Zach Hudson.
It is Zach.
Liam Sheen also got an EOL penalty for
an unsafe rejoin again.
Or an unsafe rejoin. Yeah. Okay.
Zach, are you there?
Yes, sir. What's up?
So, are you taking the money or are you taking the spot?
I signed up to run this race. I will gladly take the final spot.
Hey, there we go.
All right. So, obviously, there's been a lot of criticism on the setup, and I'm all ears. I have a few hours tonight to make adjustments, and I will do that as long as people can help me. So talk to us about the race, and talk to us about that last final couple laps.
It's crazy. I I was just honestly just trying to survive, honestly. Just learn, obviously, a bit. But yeah, that last restart, obviously, I guess, just went full angry mode, I guess, and just saw the wreck happen in 3 and just listened and hopefully get involved in it.
Well, you will obviously race tomorrow. Talk to us about what you're going to be pulling off. Maybe doing this, maybe not finishing in the 6, maybe winning the whole thing. But tell us what you're going to be doing tomorrow.
Just probably doing the same thing I did tonight. Just learn and just ride and just wait till it's go time. Learned a lot tonight, and hopefully can transfer it over to tomorrow. But excited, that's for sure.
All right, Zach. Well, in unprecedented fashion, 5th place or 4th place takes the final spot. Congratulations, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Josh, Sean, final thoughts before we all say goodnight until tomorrow.
This was an event that occurred, and it was a lot of decisions at the end, as there always is. But in the end, it was a successful event, and if you think this is what we the only thing we got going on tonight on FTF, don't go anywhere for a little bit. We have more insanity coming up. We got the Great Bowl coming up next, so don't go anywhere there. But Josh, this was definitely another all-timer in the Tiny Text 500K.
Yes, it was, and I think it does. We were a lap and a half away from potentially the biggest blowout finish in super speedway racing history for a long time. And then we got a late race caution that ended up lining up an absolutely insane last lap. And we don't forget the fact we were one person away from potentially transferring Justin Malillo, which he was in 5th at coming across the line there. That's just as impressive as anything else. And if he would have transferred, you guys would have seen me in race control tomorrow night. But instead, Justin will be up there. Congratulations to all of them who had a great race tonight, and have fun with that tomorrow, guys. I'm looking forward to watching.
All right, everybody. We will step away for a little bit, but don't tune out. We will be going to the Great Bowl, which, if you've ever watched Grape Drink, it is certainly an experience to witness. So tune in very shortly for that, and then tomorrow, the big show. 500, Sean and myself will be in. Josh will be spectating. But good night to everybody, and we will see you very soon.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
We'll be seeing you.